Chapter 160. When Prince Soria fell into a pool of blood, his eyes. Mirk rested his chin on his daughter's forehead, filled with grief. I knew that we had committed an unforgivable sin. I could have stopped her, then why didn't you? King Nuvan raised his head. He gritted his teeth and interrupted the weeping man on the ground. You just stood there and watched Soria being murdered by that woman. Or rather, you were hoping in your heart that Soria would disappear as soon as possible. King Nuvan almost roared at the last sentence. Hoping that the barrier between you and that woman would disappear. The administrator shuddered violently. He looked at King Nuvan with trembling, terrified eyes. At that moment, Thales truly felt the fear, sadness, and helplessness in Mirk's heart. And the deepest despair and numbness. And the fear of being exposed. Mirk's expression gradually changed. He slowly lowered his head, his face contorted hideously. Finally, he punched the ground beside him and shouted in grief and indignation. No! The administrator panted violently. His expression changed several times. I was going to turn myself into you. Mirk panted, his head almost touching the ground. But Adele. Adele held a dagger to her neck and cried, forcing me to take them away. She didn't want to stay in this place anymore, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't. I'm a Northlander, I'm a White Blade Guard, I'm Soria's brother and subordinate. Mirk's sobs became more obvious. I couldn't. Forgive me, Adele. Mirk trembled. He held his head and sobbed weakly on the ground like a child. I couldn't. But you didn't say anything. You let Soria rot in lies and deceit. King Nuvan's expression was numb. You even brought this child, the sin of you and that woman, back to my court. Mirk lowered his hands and looked at his daughter in despair. He stared at her motionless face. But, Alex. His voice trembled, as if his jaw was twitching. Alex, she doesn't know anything. She's innocent. Mirk cupped his daughter's face and closed his eyes in agony through his tears. Little rascal lowered her head in fear, but she felt Thales' hand tremble slightly. She raised her head in fear and alarm. She saw the Prince of Constellation pursing his lips tightly and staring fixedly at King Nuvan. His gaze was cold and furious. Why, do you feel wronged? King Nuvan let out a sinister laugh that was a mixture of mockery and madness. Do you feel pain? Do you feel like your whole world is collapsing? Because I killed your daughter. Mirk inhaled sharply and stared into King Nuvan's eyes. Thales took a deep breath and quietly watched Mirk's movements. Remember this feeling well. King Nuvan's voice was deep and heavy. There was a chill in it. You deserve it. Mirk hugged his daughter and gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with tears and agitation. He growled in pain. Coward, coward, if you feel indignant, come and avenge her. King Nuvan did not care about the enemy who was close at hand. Mirk's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was like an enraged beast. His eyes were filled with hatred, pain, desperation, and madness. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. Thales frowned when he heard this. He looked out of the hole. Where are the White Blade Guards? What about Nicholas? If Mirk really went berserk and assassinated the king, damn it. Mirk stared at the king. His breathing became heavier and his fists began to tremble. But the king looked at his administrator without fear. It was as if the person before him was not a powerful former White Blade Guard, but a weakling who was shackled and could not fight back. Come on, kill your king. A complicated look flashed across King Nuvan's eyes. He snorted softly and said slowly, just like how you used your incompetence, cowardice, vacillation, and weakness back then, kill Soria. At that moment, Mirk's expression trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth slightly. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But Merc slowly shut his mouth in the end. His face was pale. His body swayed and he collapsed to the ground again. He sobbed silently. Little Rascal cried out in shock. The king did not speak again. Thales tried to regulate his breathing and control his emotions. The Hall of Heroes today had shocked him too much. For a moment, only Merc's irregular sobs could be heard in the hall. After a long time, King Nuvan snorted with an indecipherable meaning. "Get lost," the old king said tiredly. "Don't ever appear before me again." Merc looked up numbly. "Burn Merc. Live on like this until you die." King Nuvan raised his eyes. His gaze was dim and his eyebrows trembled slightly. "Live forever in guilt, regret, loneliness, and torment. Never be forgiven, never be at peace. This is your punishment, for Soria." Merc chuckled like a maniac. He looked down at his daughter and suddenly started sobbing again. "Get lost." In the next second, King Nuvan roared angrily. "Take your sins with you, and get lost." Little Rascal shuddered again. If not for Thales' support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Merc stared at King Nuvan with lifeless eyes. After a few seconds, he subconsciously hugged Alex's body and slowly stood up. He turned away insensibly. "The child you are hugging is a disgrace to the Walton family. She is the symbol of a traitor." The king stared at his back. His gaze was terrifying. "She cannot be buried. She cannot taint my land, if I find out that you have buried her anywhere in Extet. Even if only ashes remain, I will send people to dig her up and feed her to the wild dogs." King Nuvan coldly finished his sentence. Hearing this cruel decision, Thales sighed and looked at King Nuvan with a frown. Merc shuddered as he hugged his daughter. But he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. He walked forward with difficulty. "Lady Alex." Little Rascal sniffled and instinctively wanted to follow, but Thales pulled her back. "No, don't." Thales shook his head and whispered, "It's all over. Your lady." Little Rascal shuddered and looked at Thales helplessly and aggrievedly. Thales just stared at Merc's back quietly and did not move an inch. Nicholas appeared at the entrance of the hall and looked at Merc with a complicated expression. But Merc only lowered his head and stared at his daughter. His face was ashen, and he turned a blind eye to everything around him. Then Nicholas' voice came slowly. "My blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice." Merc looked up abruptly and came back to his senses. He stopped and stared at Nicholas in a daze as he listened to the Star Killer recite the rest of his words. "Resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles, until blood is shed. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Protect the future, honor the faith, until the sun and moon dim. Pass on hope, shine with glory, until all things rest forever." Merc closed his eyes in pain. Tears flowed out again. "Rest in peace, my sworn brother." Nicholas finished reciting the oath. His gaze was subtle and he looked at Merc with a pained expression. "Your story ends here in the legend of the Book of Legends." Merc took a deep breath and smiled with tears in his eyes. He walked forward numbly. He brushed shoulders with his old superior. "Don't forget His Majesty's words." Without turning his head, Nicholas said calmly to Merc, who was behind him, "If we find out that you dared to bury her in the country." Merc chuckled in a daze. In the next second, Merc walked out of the Hall of Heroes with the girl's body in his arms as if he was unconscious. His face was dazed and his eyes were unfocused. He walked out of the place he swore to guard. Thales watched Merc's figure disappear at the entrance. Then, the Prince of Constellation panted softly and turned around to ask the question he had been suppressing for a long time. "Why?" King Nuvan raised his gloomy gaze. "Alex is just a little girl who knows nothing. Thales left Little Rascal's side and walked towards King Nuven. With an unpleasant expression, he said, "Whether it's Soria or Adele, what does these things have to do with her? She doesn't even know anything." King Nuven snorted. "Send her away, isolate her. You obviously have a better way." Thales controlled his breathing. "Ah, I've discovered another characteristic of you." King Nuven chuckled coldly. His tone was mournful and silent, overflowing with an unnecessary sense of justice. "Who taught you these things? This has nothing to do with justice." Thales clenched his fists. In his mind, the children in the abandoned house, their ragged clothes, sallow faces, and emaciated faces appeared. She is just an innocent child. They did not deserve such a fate. Every day she's alive is an insult to the Walton family and a threat to our cooperation, King Nuven replied quietly. This is a necessary and the best choice. Thales snorted coldly. You can find 1,000 reasons to justify your actions. Thales snorted coldly. Political needs, benefits, secrecy, revenge, punishment, impulsiveness. You can even say that you were forced by your position, that you had no choice and that it was the best choice, but none of these can justify your actions. Thales stared at King Nuven and gritted his teeth. You poisoned an innocent 12-year-old girl and ended her future, Nuven Walton. Just to punish her father for his mistakes. Thales showed disgust. Do you feel happy? Do you feel avenged? Ha, sometimes you are more mature than the most cunning nobleman. King Nuven snickered. There was a mocking expression on his face. Sometimes you are more naive than the stupidest fool. Thales ignored his snicker. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head and clenched his fists. I used to see a person who vented his anger on a child. He could not face his own failure and shame, so he vented his anger and hatred on a child who had nothing to do with him. You are no better than that kind of coward. Thales panted, recalling the feeling of his right hand piercing through flesh. Do you want to know what happened to him? King Nuven's gaze turned cold. Don't forget. The old king straightened his back and snorted coldly. If it were not for the girl's birth and the sins hidden behind her, we would not have gone south to Constellation, and you would not be standing here. Go to hell, Nuven, Thales said bluntly. We understand each other. Put away your pointless lies. Under those circumstances, whether there was an assassination or not, whether Prince Soria was dead or not, Extet would have invaded. It was just a matter of time. So you are pitying her. King Nuven laughed coldly in a low voice. As I said, you better get used to this kind of life as soon as possible, little prince, just like how your enemies will not show mercy to you just because you are an innocent 7-year-old child. Thales looked at him, suddenly burst into laughter and shook his head. Castellan may be wrong. It is not that you have changed, nor is it that you are old, Thales said mockingly. It is just that you have always been like this. Soria, Mariah, Pofrit, Merc. Do you know why they had that kind of tragedy? King Nuven furrowed his brows. Thales said coldly, if the Walton family has been using such methods to govern your country and treat your vassals and subordinates for the past few decades or even 100 years, then don't expect them to repay you with loyalty and integrity. Your sons. The reason why they died like that was all because of a father like you. Thales finished what he wanted to say and stared at the king before him. He actually felt at ease. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty of blaming and offending the common elected king of Extet. King Nuven fixed his gaze on him and did not speak for a long time. Then, the old king's expression became serious. He stared straight at Thales with a complicated gaze. You think this is cruel, don't you? The king said softly. You haven't seen anything crueler. Thales frowned slightly. You, King Nuven said slowly with the majesty of a king, come before me. Thales took a deep breath. Damn old man. What is he going to do now? He slowly raised his head and looked straight at King Nuven. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. But he did not even take a step forward. It's not you. The king's gaze, which was as sharp as a sword, went past the Prince of Constellation and shot coldly behind him. King Nuven said coldly, I said, it's that child. Thales was stunned. His pupils shrank abruptly. Thales turned his head in a daze and stared at Little Rascal behind him. Little Rascal, who had been holding her breath and not daring to breathe loudly, suddenly realized something. She shuddered. Little Rascal glanced at the king in disbelief, then looked at Thales as if asking for help. She seemed to have never experienced such a scene before. She was extremely flustered, terrified, and on the verge of tears. Don't make me say it a third time. King Nuven stared at her with a cold expression. Little Rascal trembled all over. She did not dare to raise her head. However, her many years of experience still made her walk towards the king with trembling, fearful steps. Thales stared at everything in front of him, puzzled. Little Rascal stood in front of King Nuven. She stared at the ground and trembled. Ever since Soria was assassinated, I've been keeping Alex under tight protection, the old king said flatly. Most people don't even know Alex's name. They only know that she exists. Fortunately, not many people know this secret, this truth. King Nuven's gaze was terrifying. His tone was firm. From the scullery to the bedroom, from the guards to the maids, everyone who knows Alex has been eliminated on your way here. There's only one left. Little Rascal trembled violently. Tears slid down her cheeks. No, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything. King Nuven lowered his head and raised his right hand. He stared at the black ring on his finger with a subtle gaze. Thales' breathing instantly quickened. He vaguely knew what the old king wanted to do. Thales hurriedly strode towards King Nuven. Hey! But Thales did not take more than 2 steps before his shoulder was firmly gripped by a strong hand from behind. Pain shot through his shoulder. Stay here. Nicholas the Star Killer coldly restrained him from behind. Don't cause trouble, little prince. Thales immediately felt that half of his body could not move. No, you saw the scene just now. That's secret, didn't you? King Nuven slowly said to Little Rascal in his old and deep voice. And you're also one of the few who knows of Alex's existence. Little Rascal watched Thales' fate with tears streaming down her cheeks. She then looked at King Nuven's expression and trembled in fear. I beg you, your majesty, she cried. I'll be good. I'll stay in the castle. I won't say anything. King Nuven continued to rub the triumph on his finger and chuckled. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl before King Nuven. No, damn it. Thales shot a hateful glance at Nicholas, then at King Nuven. Guess. The next moment, King Nuven sneered and gripped Little Rascal's hand tightly. What will happen to you? Nuven. Thales struggled with all his might, but under the suppression of the leader of the White Blade Guards, his resistance was futile. King Nuven's expression was cold. He pulled Little Rascal's hand to his right hand. No, Little Rascal was so frightened that she was about to cry. No. No, Thales clenched his teeth and drew JC's dagger from his waist. He swung it at the Star Killer at a strange angle. The 4th offensive style of the Northland military sword style. The ambush style. Then, Thales opened his mouth in shock. He saw King Nuven stretch out his right hand and place the ring on Little Rascal's palm. Little Rascal stared at her palm in a daze. She stared at the black gemstone ring with a silver ring on it. This is the token passed down through the generations in the Walton family, triumph, King Nuven said calmly and coldly. From now on, you are the last descendant of the Walton family. I am the granddaughter of Nuvan Walton, the common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragoncloud City. I am the only daughter of Prince Soria Walton and Marquis Gloucester of Vine City, Adele Walton. Thales and Little Rascal stared blankly at King Nuvan. Saroma Alex Soria Walton, King Nuvan said softly. This is your name. Little Rascal gasped subconsciously. Her face was ghastly pale. A few seconds later, she finally realized what King Nuvan meant. The bespectacled girl trembled as she held Triumph in her hands. She took a step back in fear. Nicholas let go of Thales and the dagger that was aimed at him. He snorted coldly. But Thales had no time to care about his attitude. He got up from the ground and looked at King Nuvan in shock. He then looked at the absent-minded little rascal, who was frightened and helpless. You must forget everything in the past, whether it is your birth or the girl you served. King Nuvan continued with his emotionless but forceful words. You will listen to my orders and become a lady of the Walton family. You will marry that boy in exchange for Jadestar's support and protection of the Walton family, as well as the connection between the two families. You must revere him, listen to him, serve him, assist him in the name of Saroma Walton, support him, support him. Little Rascal glanced at Thales, trembling. Her eyes behind her glasses were watery. No, but King Nuvan interrupted her please. Remember your first middle name, Alex. It will forever remind you of your true identity, it will remind you of the night that changed your fate. But this is also a warning. King Nuvan's eyes flashed. If you do anything that threatens the interests of Jadestar and the Walton family, that boy can reveal your identity at any time. A bloodline ritual can destroy everything. Trust me, you won't like that. Little Rascal was petrified. She was so terrified that she forgot to breathe. Only when she was exhausted did she inhale a mouthful of air. And you, Thales. King Nuvan turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. His expression was solemn. Today, I will expose the family's biggest secret, the most terrifying past, before you. Triumph is only the first lock. This is the second lock. Now, you can take over the Walton family without worry. Our alliance is still in effect. Thales shuddered. He looked at Little Rascal. Whether it is for your own interests or your ridiculous pity, you have to protect her and her identity. King Nuvan's voice suddenly became tired and hoarse. Just like how you protect the Waltons. Little Rascal snapped out of her daze. She stared at the ring in her palm and began to tremble. No, I beg you, your majesty. Little Rascal cried out in fear. I'm scared. I don't know anything. I can't, I'm not asking for your opinion. King Nuvan turned his head abruptly and looked at Little Rascal, causing her to stop talking. The king's eyes flashed fiercely. Do you understand? Little Rascal was so scared that even her glasses were crooked. She could only nod mechanically. King Nuvan smiled faintly. Thales watched the scene in a daze. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. All right. The old king sighed and said slowly, Thales, you already know everything you need to know. King Nuvan lifted his gaze. His tone was extremely tired. Go back to your room. Thales panted and clenched his fists. He glanced at Little Rascal again, at her helpless and pitiful gaze. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Behind Thales, King Nuvan said to Little Rascal in a low voice, and you, from tonight onwards, you will sleep in Alex's bedroom. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. Little Rascal screamed behind him. If you ever feel bored, think about today. Think about the previous owner of your bed. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could imagine Little Rascal's expression at that moment. Think about Alex's fate. Think about how she convulsed in agony before she died. Thales gently closed his eyes. His footsteps became slower and slower. Little Rascal's sobs came from behind him. Think about the people who died because of this, and think about how lucky you are. Thales stopped and took a deep breath. The servants and kitchen have all been cleaned out, but you'll soon have new servants. You'd better act properly. Enough. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Prince of Constellation turned around and glared angrily at King Nuven and the sobbing Little Rascal. Thales gritted his teeth and strode forward, grabbing Little Rascal's wrist. Then, without giving her a chance to speak, he pulled her to his side. He could feel that Little Rascal's wrist was still trembling. Don't be impatient, Thales. King Nuven waved at Nicholas, who was about to step forward, and said slowly, you will have plenty of time to spend with your fiancée in the future. That's it. Thales stared coldly at King Nuven. Tonight, she has to stay with me. After saying this, he dragged Little Rascal out of the hall with a solemn expression. Little Rascal pressed down on her glasses, which were about to fall off. She allowed Thales to drag her, occasionally looking back in fear. Thales, King Nuven said flatly behind him, where are you taking my granddaughter? She can't stay with you anyway. Thales said rudely as he walked, a bunch of lunatics. King Nuven's laughter came from behind him, but it only made Thales more annoyed and confused. Thales Jade Star. The king's laughter came from behind him. First night, be nicer to your fiancé. Thales did not look back. He dragged Little Rascal out of the hall, ignoring the white blade guard's frowning expressions. He just walked forward resolutely. When Little Rascal recovered from her stupor and fear, she spoke quietly. Little Rascal tugged at his clothes timidly. My name is Thales, Thales said coldly. Miss Alex, is she really? Little Rascal sniffled and said pitifully, really, dead? Yes, Thales answered firmly with a straight face, she's dead, poisoned to death. Little Rascal shuddered violently. Thales furrowed his brows. Poisoned to death. Little Rascal's gaze was unfocused as she started to mumble to herself. In the year 207 of the Empire calendar, Duke Shkichi killed the fourth knight with a poisonous arrow. In the year 489 of the Empire calendar, Count Kate Nanty and Princess Leslie were both poisoned to death on their wedding day. In the year 721 of the Empire calendar, Emperor 80 III fell into a coma. In the year 1171 of the Empire calendar, the Emperor of Poison poisoned suzerain Redi Zodra to death on the negotiation table. In the year 218 of the calendar of eradication, Archduke Lloyd Alsius was poisoned to death by the Morning Archduke. In the year 359 of the calendar of eradication, beautiful Archduke Lacey Anlenzo died from a cup of flower tea. In the year 660 of the calendar of eradication, the Crown Prince of Constellation was poisoned by blue vine grass. Enough! Thales roared resolutely and interrupted her murmurs. Don't think about this anymore. Little Rascal came back to her senses. Thales pulled her along and continued walking forward. We should go back. Little Rascal said hesitantly. You can't go back, Thales cut her off firmly and shook his head. According to Nuven, a bunch of people just died there. It's definitely not suitable for you to stay. Little Rascal shuddered slightly. Thales sighed in his heart as he walked. But, I'm afraid that we... Little Rascal said hesitantly again. You don't have to be afraid. There's no bastard like Nuven here, Thales said quietly. But I can only protect you for a while, no, I mean. Little Rascal said softly with a sobbing tone. We went the wrong way. Chapter 161. Late at night, Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales' bedroom door. Speechless, Thales looked at the people in front of him awkwardly. How old are you? How old are you? A hurried and displeased female voice came from in front of him. Ida, the elf guard, looked at the helpless Thales and the timid little rascal behind him. Under the cloak, she said bitterly, on the first night we arrived here, you started bringing girls into your bedroom? Thales looked at the helpless Thales and the shy little rascal behind him. She's very... Thales said, feeling wronged. So she needs your company. Ida interrupted him with an unpleasant expression. Beside her, Ralph and Wyatt exchanged glances and looked at Thales strangely. Ida, listen to me. Thales instinctively felt that something was wrong. How old is she? Is she even 9? Ida shouted angrily. Habitually, she raised her right fist and stuck out a knuckle. Thales shuddered. He raised his hands as fast as he could and protected his forehead with all his might. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales clutched the right side of his forehead in pain. Foul. Aida's violent strike came from the side. Ralph and Wyatt looked at each other, pretending that they did not see the prince being violently assaulted. Little rascal looked worriedly at Thales, who was groaning with his hands over his head. Mindy's only touched a woman for the first time when he got married at the age of 27. Even the most lecherous and playboy Kayla is only 13 years old, the angry elven guard yelled, that's right. The furious elven guard said loudly, at your age, you can't even reach the bed. Thales smiled awkwardly. This is a little exaggerated, sister. Ida wanted to continue lecturing but was stopped by Putre, who was behind her. I think His Highness has other reasons, right? The vice diplomat of Constellation said flatly, go back. I will communicate with His Highness about the rest. Under Putre's repeated insistence, Ida finally left indignantly and angrily. Before she left, she still had that, you little bastard, look on her face. Ralph and Wyatt, on the other hand, still had that strange, thought-provoking look on their faces. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and sent little rascal to her bedroom. Looks like a lot happened? Putre sighed and looked at Thales, who had closed the door. Thales' expression darkened. It's like this. Thales scratched his head. That is. The second prince's words were on the tip of his tongue when he suddenly recalled little rascal's helpless gaze and Alex's pained expression. Both girls had met him in the library, but each had experienced a fate that he did not know was misfortune or fortune. Thales' gaze darkened. No. The truth about little rascal's identity, I shouldn't have said it. In the end, the prince sighed in his heart and continued. That is Saroma Walton, King Nuvan's granddaughter. Putre's gaze shifted, and he said thoughtfully, I remember you told me that the king's granddaughter you met in the library was called Alex Walton. Yes, Alex. Thales exhaled slowly. That's her middle name. From meeting the Black Prophet to scaring Ramon, he was getting better at telling lies. His expression did not change at all. I have a good relationship with her. Thales shrugged. So she came with me. At this point, Thales paused. He suddenly realized that it was 4 or 5 in the morning. To hide what happened earlier and come up with an excuse to let the Walton noblewoman spend the night in his bedroom, it was so difficult. That, she came. Under Putre's suspicious gaze, Thales revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. She came with me, Thales smiled along with him. He stuttered and painfully squeezed out a sentence. Together, discussing a history topic. As soon as the words left his mouth, Thales had the urge to slap himself to death. Faced with Putre's puzzled expression, Thales put on a long face and smiled awkwardly. You know, we met in the library. Thales felt that his face was hurting from smiling so much. He rubbed his hands guiltily. She is very good at history. Putre raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was filled with a strange meaning. Thales felt that it could be translated into one sentence. Keep making up stories. Thales looked at him awkwardly and guiltily. After a few seconds, Putray slowly sighed. All right, I won't delve into why you abducted the king's granddaughter into your bedroom in the middle of the night with King Nuvan's permission. Putray flashed a meaningful smile. Thale's face twitched. He forced a smile to show his gratitude and understanding. Then, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and began to talk about King Nuvan's suggestion. After listening to the prince's story, Putray frowned deeply. So, King Nuvan has made up his mind to tie us to his chariot. To continue the Walton family's rule for him. Thales nodded gloomily. I will report this to the kingdom, Putray muttered. From interests to standpoints, this matter involves too many. Also, Shadow Shield, if they were one of the people who tried to assassinate me under the fortress. Thales recalled Pofrit during the duel and was deeply worried. Although I know that they will not rest until one of us is dead because of the bloody year, according to Pofrit, could it be that they have other motives, or were entrusted by someone else? Putray's expression darkened. The scenes from 12 years ago appeared before his eyes. It is indeed not that simple. In the end, Putray shook his head slowly in front of Thales. According to what that Archduke said, they wanted to kill you to enter Renaissance Palace. I am afraid that it is not just to hire assassins or to seek revenge, especially after the bloody year. Shadow Shield suffered heavy blows and disappeared from the sphere of influence of Constellation and its allies for many years. But they still did not give up. They chose to assassinate the last of the Jade Star bloodline in Extet, Renaissance Palace. So, it's about seizing the throne again. Thales scratched his head in annoyance. Do we have to look for the mastermind behind those assassins again? Putray stared at Thales' expression. No, let your father and the kingdom's secret intelligence department worry about this. We just have to protect your safety. The vice diplomat of Constellation, who was good at reading people's expressions, flashed a reassuring smile. You have done enough tonight, and you have done well enough. The risk of war between Constellation and Extet has disappeared. Constellation is safe. Thales thought of something. He looked at Putray. This is the result of your hard work. The latter nodded slightly at him, his eyes filled with encouragement and approval. I won't say much about this. Even though I was prejudiced against you before, you are indeed a competent prince. With a complicated and sorrowful expression, Putray slowly said, not every prince can travel far beyond the country's borders at this age and avert an unavoidable war disaster for the country and its subjects. Thales inhaled and slowly lowered his head. Yes. At least. The mission of this diplomatic mission is completed. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it was still daunting but not dangerous. Thank you, Putray. The prince raised his head, flashed a smile, and said sincerely, thank you, all of you. Without you, Ida, Rolf, Waya, and the others, my journey might have ended in Constellation's birch tree forest. Moreover, there is still everything after arriving in Extet and Dragon Cloud City. Putray chuckled. That was our mission in the first place. And you made this mission even smoother, and the ending was perfect. He nodded calmly and twitched his eyebrows. Gilbert will be very pleased to see you now. Back then, the young Crown Prince Midir went on a diplomatic mission to the north, but he was no better than this. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He thought of the elegant middle-aged man, then the valiant and heroic Madame Gines, and the taciturn Yodel. And the bits and pieces in Mindy's hall. Rest early. Putray pointed at the door. If all goes well, we will be able to return to our country in a few weeks. Thales nodded and pushed the door open. Also, the first batch of messenger crows from Constellation has arrived, Putray said with a smile. One of them is for you from Gilbert. I put it on the desk. Thales thought of something. Thank you. After experiencing the ups and downs in the Hall of Heroes, his heart was now much more at ease. He smiled and said, "A letter from the cunning fox of Constellation. I really look forward to it." Putre shrugged and raised his eyebrows. "There is one more thing." Thales turned his head around, puzzled. Putre said hesitantly, "You know, your father was very dissolute when he was young. He became sensible at an early age." Thales narrowed his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. Putre opened his mouth and looked at Thales, then at the door. In the end, he revealed a worried expression and said in a low voice, "But, after all, you are still too young. Your body has not even matured." Thales' smile froze on his face. Putre blinked awkwardly. "Maybe I should wait a few more years." Thales answered him by slamming the door with great force and without mercy. "Don't be afraid." Thales looked at Little Rascal, who was still in a state of shock. Sympathy rose in his heart. "They can't hurt you here." Little Rascal hugged her knees as if she did not feel anything. She curled up on the floor beside the bed and leaned against it without saying a word. Her eyes were fixed on the floor, and her hands were clutching the coarse dress. This helpless scene reminded Thales of his past in abandoned house, as well as those unfortunate child beggars. He could not help but sigh softly. "I have to become Miss Walton, don't I?" Little Rascal noticed his arrival and said dejectedly, "It's like a dream, perhaps." Thales said in a low voice, "No one can change King Niven's will." Little Rascal shuddered. Her eyes reddened and she hugged her shoulders helplessly. In that instant, Thales only felt a deep sadness. This girl was dragged into their dangerous game by the tides of fate. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But this is not necessarily a bad thing." But Little Rascal only lowered her head and began to mutter. In the year 1090 of the Empire calendar, the heir of Duke Ferret of the Titorius Minjas province was suspected of having an improper bloodline. The Empire's law enforcers burned him to death in the City of Triumph. In the year 552 of the calendar of eradication, the Marquis of Libra City in Camus Union, Grenfell was found to be an impostor. He was hung in the middle of the city square with 4 carriages. Thales' scalp tingled as he listened. "Stop," he said loudly, "now is not the time for you to use your memory." Little Rascal stopped talking and looked at him pitifully and aggrievedly. She was on the verge of tears. "Do you want to hear a secret?" Thales sighed. "A secret that no one knows." Little Rascal's expression slowly changed. She blinked and looked at him in surprise. "You won't find out about the secret history of the Prince of Constellation in any book." Thales sat down in front of her and shrugged. Little Rascal's eyes brightened. She adjusted her glasses and nodded. "Do you know?" Thales recalled the past a month or so ago and chuckled. "When I first became a prince, I was just like you. I was always on tenterhooks." "Became a prince?" Little Rascal asked curiously, "Weren't you born a prince?" "No, I was born a..." Thales hesitated for a moment and said, "An illegitimate child who wandered about outside until I was brought back to the palace." Little Rascal showed a look of realization. "When they brought me back," Thales smiled helplessly, "I wasn't used to everything. Food felt strange in my mouth because I was used to eating black bread. In winter, that thing was so hard that it could be used to kill people." Thales raised his eyebrows. "Also, it was the first time I drank a liquid with a taste. Except for the stench. Do you know how stinky water feels?" Little Rascal burst into laughter. "The clothes I wore were too slippery and too soft. It always made me feel like I was naked, so I added 3 more buttons to my belt. Even though it hurt when I walked, it felt safer and more practical. Oh, that's right, on the first night, I didn't even know how to wear pants." Thales recalled this ridiculous history and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Little Rascal listened attentively and gradually forgot the tear stains on her face. "I've never walked on such a flat, smooth black stone floor. In the past, it was either muddy, dirt, or brick roads. When I saw that the floor in the study was actually made of wood, every night, lying on such a soft bed was a form of torture. I felt suffocated under the blanket, so I could only run underground, hide in a corner, and sleep with my clothes on. Thales shook his head. Little Rascal looked at him sympathetically. She blinked and nodded. But I couldn't sleep well. On the contrary, I slept better when I was camping in the wild on a diplomatic mission to Eckstedt. Gilbert was very strict, and the classes were very intense. He wanted me to write 200 words a day. On the 20th day, he actually went overboard and forced me to compose a poem in the ancient language of the Empire. The first time I sat in a carriage, I had to hold on to the handles on both sides of the carriage door to avoid falling. As he spoke, Thales became absorbed in his own story. Little Rascal also listened attentively and occasionally chimed in with him. When he told the story of how he was thrown off by the same pony 58 times, Thales suddenly realized something. Little Rascal was already leaning against the side of the bed. Her head was tilted to her right shoulder and she had fallen asleep. Her glasses were tilted to one side, and her head was resting on the soft edge of the bed. Her small hands were pressed against her chest by her bent knees. Her entire body rose and fell heavily as she breathed. The little girl's long platinum hair fell softly. A few strands of hair fell into her mouth, causing her to smack her lips from time to time in her sleep. Thales looked at her sleeping face and revealed a smile. He shook his head slowly. He carefully pushed aside her long hair and pulled the few strands of hair out of Little Rascal's mouth. Then, he forcefully pulled down a corner of the cup and covered Little Rascal's body. Thales stood up and sighed softly. Hopefully, she can sleep peacefully again. Before she truly becomes a Walton. When he thought of this, Thales turned around in low spirits. He went to the study table and climbed onto the chair with great effort. He picked up Gilbert's letter on the table. Thales looked at the familiar handwriting on the letter and shook his head in nostalgia. He then unfolded the letter. It was a short letter. Your Highness, I hope you have safely arrived at Dragon Cloud City. We have learned of your encounter on the road. Lady Gines is very worried about your safety and repeatedly asked me to ask about your health. Please allow me to express my concern and worry for you. His Majesty has already notified the suzerains along the road in the Northern Territory and Central Territory. He has also notified the 2 commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress. They will send out patrols and troops to ensure your safety on the road to the Birch Tree Forest when you return. Information and affairs regarding the Blood Mystic have been handed over to the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Lord Murad has personally assured me that they will handle it well. His Majesty has officially sent a letter across the sea to the Night Kingdom in the name of the kingdom. As of now, he has yet to receive a reply from the Night Queen. In addition, after a deep conversation with His Majesty, Duke Zayn Covendier has generously donated a high-yield crystal drop mine to the royal family and increased the amount of eternal oil transported to Central Territory. He has also agreed to transfer the jurisdiction of the 3 baronies to the north of South Coast Hill to the royal family. His Majesty has often told me that this is all thanks to your Highness. Thales pursed his lips when he read this. His Majesty has already rewarded Baron Araka Murch and Lady Sonia Cicere. He has also sent more troops to Broken Dragon Fortress to urge the nobles in the Northern Territory to give Black Sand region the pressure it deserves. He has also instructed the 2 commanders to give Black Sand region the pressure it deserves as a show of solidarity with you and as a protest against Archduke Lampard's rude actions. Please allow me to once again express my concern for the accident that happened to you in front of the fortress, as well as my relief and happiness after learning that you are safe and sound. Even so, I know that it has not been easy for your Highness to enter Eckstedt. The real test and difficulty is just about to come. In this regard, as the former Foreign Affairs Minister, I must remind you of 3 important points. First, Eckstedt's political system is completely different from ours. Apart from being the king, King Nuvan is also the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and the master of the Walton family. The interests of Ekstedt and the Walton family are completely different to him. Please pay special attention to this point. Second, although the Archdukes of Ekstedt are powerful and have an abundant military force, the relationship between the Archdukes is rather complicated. From current interests to past history, they are entangled. The division between them is greater than between the territories of Constellation. I believe that this is something that you can take advantage of. For example, when it comes to Constellation and Dragon Cloud City, the three Archdukes in the south have completely different interests. Their attitudes and interests are also different. There is no harm in humbly asking Lord Putray Nemain for advice. Third, no matter what kind of predicament you face, please always believe that you are the only heir to the throne of Constellation. You are the descendant of Tormund and even the imperial family. Please do not worry about your safety. At the same time, please believe that King Nuvan's current interests and position are similar to ours. No one in Northland can compare to him in terms of reputation or strength. That is why it is our best strategy to rope him in and make use of him. Directing his hatred towards Lampard is the best way. To quell the war, there is no harm in turning the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon into a conflict between the King and the Archdukes in Ekstedt. This is my suggestion. These are some of my experiences for your reference so that you can discuss a response plan with Putray. But I know that real politics and diplomacy always swing back and forth between plans and accidents. Hence, grasping the essence of things and adapting to circumstances is the truly brilliant way to do things. Just like how you behaved in the Hall of Stars. I am very confident in you. There is one more thing. The owner of Sunset Pub that you asked me to send someone to search Black Street in Lower City District has changed. The female bartender and the children you mentioned are nowhere to be found. I suspect that they have fled to a faraway place to avoid trouble. We may need to rely on the manpower of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department to find out the specifics. After all, it is not suitable for us to brazenly search Lower City District in the name of the royal family. This will allow many people with ulterior motives to guess your past, which is disadvantageous to them. But please do not worry. Our people have received information that a girl who is very similar to the female bartender you mentioned visited the police station in Western City District not long ago. I believe that we will be able to find their traces very soon. When you are in Ekstedt, please do not fall behind in your studies. When you return, I will test your method of writing sonnets. Also, Madame Jine said that you must continue to practice your sword and must not slack off. She wants to train you with a real sword when you return. Thales exhaled in resignation. As a royal protector, Lady Aida's loyalty and strength are unquestionable. However, she is not a perfect person. There are still areas where she does not think things through. When Thales read this, he could not help but roll his eyes. He was also impressed by Gilbert's tactful tone. I hope that with the other attendants filling in the gaps, you can take good care of yourself. Allow me to express my concern and longing for you once again. I wish you all the best in the future. His Majesty is very concerned about your safety and the success of your journey. During the days you were away, he missed you very much. Thales was sure that Gilbert added this sentence later on. Calendar of Eradication, Year 672, 27th of December, 27th, Eternal Star City. P.S. Yodel seems to have asked me to send his regards to you in this letter. I hope I did not misunderstand him. Thales put down the letter. The image of Gilbert holding a cane and wearing a top hat as he bowed appeared before his eyes. He also saw Gilbert's lively and respectful manner as he lectured Thales in a proper manner. Thales could not help but grin. He reread Gilbert's 3 suggestions regarding Ekstedt in the letter and shook his head slightly. Gilbert probably did not know that they had completed their mission on the first day they arrived in Dragon Cloud City. At the same time, Thales could not help but feel worried about the disappearance of the people in Sunset Pub, Jayla, Cindy, Ryan, and Coria. However, Gilbert did mention that Jayla had appeared before. Since Jayla was safe, then the child beggars should be fine as well. Moreover, the Brotherhood had gone through such a huge incident as the Battle of Red Street Market. They should not have the energy to care about a few child beggars. He exhaled and thought of his past as a child beggar. He thought of everyone in the 6th house and was filled with emotions. Fate is unpredictable, is it not? Just like Little Rascal who was sound asleep behind him. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but stretch his body and let out a satisfied moan. This trip to Ekstedt, aside from the strange things that happened, was actually quite smooth. Little Rascal's murmurs and mumbles in her sleep came from behind him. The remaining days in Ekstedt should be much easier. As he thought of this, Thales happily rolled up the letter. At this moment, Thales was stunned. He found a second letter where the original letter was. He did not notice it earlier, probably because his attention was attracted by Gilbert's letter. No, Thales picked up the thin, dark blue double-layered paper and furrowed his brows. This is not a letter. It's an invitation. Strange. Thales looked at the blue invitation in puzzlement and scratched his head. There were only 4 words written on the cover of the invitation, "To my dear friend." It was written in beautiful, classical cursive. It reminded him of the treaty between Tormund and Rikaru in Rikaru's library. The cursive on it was equally beautiful. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the strange invitation and was a little hesitant. But what else do I need to be afraid of when I've already overcome a difficult situation like tonight? Thales shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and opened the invitation without hesitation. What entered his eyes was another beautiful cursive in the common language. Dear Thales, it has been a long time since we last met. I miss you very much. Especially after I went through so much trouble to find your whereabouts and learned that you have found your identity. I missed you and was sincerely happy for you. I hope that you can learn enough, good enough, broad enough, and profound knowledge during your time as a prince. After all, both Jadestar and Carluz are great names. Our last meeting was too hurried and too short, so much so that I did not have the time to tell you many things I wanted to tell you. There are simply no words that can express how regretful I am about this. This also reminds me of our mutual friend who is agile and wears a mask. I am very happy that he did not follow you to Northland. That is why I can send you this invitation. Of course, I miss him very much too. As I write this, I really can't wait to see you again. I am taking the liberty to send you an invitation for our next meeting. The location is up to you. As for the time, why don't we set it to be 15 minutes after you open the invitation? I wish you a happy mood. I look forward to our upcoming meeting. P.S. With reference to your complaint at Red Street Market, I have specially prepared an invitation this time. I've used a starry blue cover design that matches your family's colors. I hope it's to your liking. Yours faithfully and truly. Chapter 162. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then, Edda was next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy... Suddenly, Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like the first time they met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly. His tone was gentle. My smart, mature, and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. Hearing that, Thales felt like a deflated balloon. He exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it made his heart turn cold. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at Little Rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little Rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. You're so considerate. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza. Oh, right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know, Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, I like to enter early. Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon. Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time. Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete, the air mystic said slowly. Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be. Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly. Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. First of all, I would like to congratulate you. Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably frightening. Thales. Your Highness. Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me. Thales watched Asda approach him, and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down. Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, don't worry about it. The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then, he bent his knees and sat in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. I brought my own chair. The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. Let's talk about your future. Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. Your Highness. Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course. He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, during this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics and magic. First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation, he had to seize the initiative. Very good. This will save us a lot of time. As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. What do you know? Not much, but not little either. Thales carefully chose his words. For example, what exactly is magic, and the 3 great magic towers? I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic. Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then, my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief. At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time, he was really curious about this question. What do you think? But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales' curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the 2 of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly, and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I do not need to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower. I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower. Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. What do you know? Soul Tower. Thales lowered his head and desperately tried to recall Ramon's words. I remember that it has a special emblem. Then, the impression this magic tower gives people seems to have many different opinions and no one can come to a consensus. Also, it seems to be at odds with the other two magic towers. Asda did not comment. He only fixed his gaze on him for a very long time. Under the other's scrutinizing gaze, Thales forced a dry smile. Very good. Exuberant curiosity and desire to explore are qualities worthy of encouragement. The air mystic said slowly. Thales could only respond with a smile. Besides, this is the prerequisite knowledge that you should know. Asda was expressionless, but his eyes shone brightly. Listen up. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and sat upright. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered straightforwardly, in the year 618 of the era of kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the three races ended, the imparter wizard Dreamy, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in ideals. Thales was shocked. They preached their ideals and taught methods along the way, gathering many wizards who were exiled due to the war. Their group gradually grew, and their theories and methods became clearer. At this point, Asda paused and narrowed his eyes to look at Thales' expression. Thales furrowed his brows. And then, don't leave things unsaid. Asda stared at him with a profound look and continued with a smile. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and a group of wizards led by 21 other sages arrived at the Tripping Peninsula by the coast of the continent. They built a twin tower there and settled down to study magic. Asda paused for a few more seconds. His gaze pierced through Thales, as if he was looking at the past many years ago. But Thales had no time to care about the other party's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. Putting away his perplexed gaze, Asda shook his head and continued, the new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual, and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people. Soon, the land became a gathering place for wizards with the Twin Towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this settlement gradually became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various unprecedented and unbelievable magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Magic branches that were originally not recognized by the two magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. At this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the Twin Towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements, "May every wizard have an independent and free soul." That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The era of kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Yiri, the imparter of magic. The youngest wizard inheritance. The origin of Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thale's heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now. What is that? Seat of all laws. Asda did not seem to see Thale's expression. He continued to speak slowly and unhurriedly. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space, narrating the world's most taboo, lost knowledge. This is an important branch of research in Soul Tower. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in Soul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. Asda paused again. He looked at Thale's face, which was filled with curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and nodded in satisfaction. Thale's heart stirred slightly. Only then did he realize that the initiative of the conversation had once again fallen into Asda's hands. But, I really want to know. The second prince looked at Asda before him, and a sense of contradiction rose in his heart. The mystic smiled and continued. I can't summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory with simple words. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, I can give you a list of the most influential books. Thale's heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity. He did not even think about whether his choice of words had violated the other party's taboo. Wizard. That is a title that only those who have achieved publicly recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in Soul Tower. Asda crossed his arms and grinned slightly. He shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thale's heart stirred. Ah, so, as expected, you were once, yes. Asda nodded. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes. An apprentice of Soul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years. Collapsed for 1,000 years, so, I know what you want to ask. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years old, that is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190. In other words. This guy, Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. Unbelievable. He's 500 years older than the King of Renaissance, Torment Jadestar, and the hero Rikaru Axtet. Thales opened his mouth wide. No need to be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Asda did not care when he saw Thales' expression. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,300 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There's no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together, and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from the basics, from magic, to the magic tower, to mystic energy and everything about being a mystic. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are above all of them. Until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity, and the drama of the battle of eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that, crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone. Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart. But I am very curious. I want to know more, to learn more, to understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this, if I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him had become tense. Thales tried hard to control his breathing rate and waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. Looks like it's a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and pressure returned to Thales' heart. He tried to smile and asked carefully, mystics, what are we? This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long, long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question, because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, will you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He doesn't want to tell me. But before that, you have to tell me some basic information, right? Thales scratched his head. As he thought of a plan to escape, he said, at least tell me your understanding. What do you know about mystics? But before he could finish, Asda's expression changed. He suddenly opened his mouth and used an unprecedented solemn tone to interrupt him. No. Asda said solemnly. His expression became cold again, and he added solemnly, absolutely not. You are not allowed to ask this question again. He looked as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Thales was shocked by Asda's sudden nervousness. Did I ask the wrong question? Thales observed Asda cautiously until he was sure that Asda would not skin him alive the next time he opened his mouth. Only then did he ask carefully, "Why?" Asda narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained serious. Because this is one of the 3 great covenants, the mystic said softly. Thales was completely stunned for a moment. 3 great. What? Remember, what I am going to tell you next is a top secret that only we mystics know. Asda knew what Thales was puzzled about. He furrowed his brows and his gaze was as cold as frost. With a solemn expression and tone that Thales had never seen before, he said the following words under Thales' fearful gaze. Revealing them is equivalent to betraying all the mystics in the world. Believe me, you will not like that outcome. Once he finished speaking, Asda's gaze was cold as he stared straight at Thales. Thales instantly froze. Top secret that only mystics know. At that moment, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Thales could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. He could only force a smile and nod with difficulty. After seeing Thales' reaction, Asda nodded slowly. There are 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They are known as the Three Great Covenants, Asda said softly in the frightening silence. What I just said is the first one. Thales frowned slightly. Chapter 163. First Meeting. Do not investigate each other. Thales revealed a puzzled and doubtful expression. Mystic energy is the foundation and root of our existence. It is also the reason why we are called mystics. Never, ever, ever, ever ask another mystic about their understanding of mystic energy, and never reveal your own understanding of mystic energy to any other mystic. Asda's gaze was cold. He used the word never 3 times to emphasize his attitude at the moment. This is do not investigate each other. Mystic energy. Understanding of mystic energy. Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. So that is the weakness of mystics. Once your foundation and root is figured out, you will be attacked by another mystic. However, Asda only maintained his cold gaze and stared fixedly at Thales. For a few seconds. What's wrong? Thales felt a chill down his spine under his stare. What you are doing now is trying to probe my understanding of mystic energy, Asda finally said quietly, but the words that came out of his mouth caused his listeners to turn pale with fright. Among mystics, this will be seen as a declaration of war. Startled, Thales subconsciously shrank back a little. This is considered a declaration of war. Thales immediately remembered the blood mystic's words, the civil war of mystics. All right, I won't ask. The second prince could only shrug anxiously. So mystics cannot talk about mystic energy. Then everyone's daily interaction is to greet each other when they meet, say hello, goodbye, have you eaten, and then go their separate ways, never to contact each other. This is not a joke. Asda interrupted him coldly. The 3 great agreements of mystics were concluded by our predecessors through countless experiences and examples over a long period of time. No matter which one is violated, it will bring about terrible, serious, and unpredictable consequences. The air mystic's eyes flashed, causing Thales to feel a slight chill down his spine. Thales was stunned. He could not help but ask in a daze, what are the consequences? You will know. Asda shook his head. Now, you only need to remember the first agreement and that it must not be violated. Thales sighed. What about the other 2? You are still far from the level where you know about them. Asda still shook his head mysteriously. When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin, I will tell you. Don't ask me what a name of origin is. You will know when the time comes. Thales, who was about to speak, could only hang his head in disappointment. All right, at least, can you help me answer one of my doubts? Asda nodded slightly, and his expression seemed to relax a little. Thales revealed a worried expression. When I use that, whatever mystic energy you mentioned, the effect is different every time. But almost every time I use it, I feel intense pain. Recently, it almost took my life. As Thales spoke, a few worrisome scenes appeared before his eyes. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, Rolf was shackled. In front of Renaissance Palace, the young psionic assassin and his warm, beating heart. In front of the muzzles of Black Sand Region's mystic guns, red light scattered everywhere, and Araka's motionless bow. Thales secretly clenched his fists. What's going on? He suddenly noticed that after Asda heard his words, he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The mystic had always looked indifferent, but this instead highlighted the unusual change in his expression. Use. After a while, Asda narrowed his eyes. He shook his head and snorted, as if he did not believe Thales' words. You haven't even touched the door to becoming a mystic. How can you use mystic energy? Thales was slightly stunned. That's right. Do you remember that time at Red Street Market? You squeezed me. The second prince rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He observed Asda's expression and decided not to describe what happened that night in detail. In short, we blew up a house, and you discovered that I have a mystic's constitution or something. It was the feeling at that time. Later, I realized that as long as I bleed, I can use that power. It was the same feeling. Asda's expression changed slightly again. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Asda stared at the ground, as if he was thinking. No. After a while, the air mystic raised his head and said solemnly, "Your performance that night, we habitually call it, losing control." Asda pursed his lips. Yes. Losing control. Thales suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I remember now. You said this word that night. Losing control." The next moment, Thales' face paled and he did not continue. He suddenly understood what the mystic meant. Losing control. Losing control. Thales looked shocked and murmured, "Losing control." Asda stared at him silently. The expression in his eyes was unclear. "You mean, this power, this so-called mystic energy?" Thales furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened. "Can't be controlled by myself. I can't actively use it." Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed a little surprised that Thales had reacted so quickly. Asda shook his head and confirmed Thales' guess. "At least in your current stage, you can't." Thales looked at Asda doubtfully. "Impossible. I can use it every time I bleed." Thales gritted his teeth and touched his head. "That feeling is like I woke up from a chaotic dream." At this moment, the mystic's expression changed. He suddenly raised a finger. In the next second, Thales' voice was cut off. He then felt the air around him stagnate, and he could no longer inhale air. Thales stared at Asda, who had raised his finger, in shock. However, the mystic only stared coldly at the prince. He did not say a word. "What?" Thales clutched his neck and opened his mouth with all his might, but he still could not get any air. It was as if the air around him had solidified and stopped moving. "Are you trying to suffocate me to death?" Thales opened his mouth in vain, but no sound came out. He could only make an angry expression at Asda until his face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Just as Thales was about to reach for his dagger, Asda finally lowered his finger slowly. The air began to flow again. Phew. Thales finally inhaled a mouthful of air. He slumped on the chair and panted heavily. "Why?" Thales, who had regained air, raised his head and looked at Asda with anger and indignation. "Have you forgotten so quickly?" The mystic leaned forward and stared into Thales' eyes. His expression did not change, but his tone was cold. "What did I say to you just now?" "What did you say?" "We only met." Thales was stunned at first, and then he reacted. We just." "All right," Thales murmured, remembering Asda's words. "The first contract of mystic energy." His face fell, and he sighed. "Not delving into each other's affairs." "Damn it." Asda stared at him deeply and nodded slowly. "Don't forget again." The mystic gave Thales a deep look before returning to his seat. After experiencing what happened just now, Thales was in an extremely bad mood. He continued to straighten out his breathing. At the same time, he raised his slightly lowered vigilance to the highest level again. "Damn it. This guy." As expected, he cannot be treated as a normal person. While Thales was cursing in his heart, Asda lowered his head quietly. His expression was unclear. There was a strange silence between the two of them. After a while, Asda finally said, "Aside from your feelings and understanding of that state, tell me all about the times you actively lost control." Thales sighed. He narrated everything from Vine Manor to Broken Dragon Fortress. A few minutes later, aside from Red Street Market, the rest did not seem like I lost control at all. Being able to use mystic energy during the unconscious contactor stage. Asda muttered, "That's too strange. This is the first time I've heard of it. I should say, in the history of mystics, there has never been such an example. And it was accompanied by increasing damage and burden to the body." Asda's eyes flickered, as if he was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales could swear that he saw a flash of blue light in the mystic's eyes. Thales slowed his breathing and could not help but feel nervous. It felt like he was waiting for a doctor to read out a diagnosis. However, every mystic is unique. Finally, Asda raised his head with a calm expression. "Perhaps you are one of the more special ones. Who knows? But before we progress step by step, don't use mystic energy anymore. I don't want you to become a corpse before you become a mystic. One of the more special ones." "Why? Why am I special?" Thales sighed in his heart. As he said this, Thales suddenly thought of something. He thought of something crucial. "By the way, Mr. Asda," Thales said hesitantly. "Excuse me." Asda narrowed his eyes and waited for him to ask. "If you have lived for so long, you must know your own kind, peers." Thales paused for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. "Excuse me, do you know a mystic? Her name is..." He took a deep breath. "Varanjarana." Asda's expression did not change. Thales raised his head and looked straight into Asda's eyes with a burning gaze. "She might be my mother. And the reason why I'm so special." Asda leaned back in the air. More than 10 seconds of silence fell between the two of them again. In the silence, Thales could even hear his own heartbeat. But he did not rush him. Instead, he looked at Asda anxiously and waited for his answer. "This might be the best opportunity to unravel the mystery of my constitution and origins." Thales looked at the mystic and thought, "I can't waste it." Moreover, he had long suspected the identity and race of his birth mother in this life. While Thales was distracted, Asda's voice rang slowly. "Why do you think so?" The mystic said flatly, "Why do you think that your mother is a mystic?" Thales was slightly stunned. "The only possibility is that I inherited the constitution of a mystic from her, isn't it?" Thales touched his head and said anxiously, "And I was thinking, if my mystic constitution is hereditary, could my mother also be?" And Thales anxiously thought of his strange and rough physique that recovered quickly, his abnormal brain capacity, and the memories of his previous life that often came back in the form of flashbacks. Not only that. From King Kessel, Gilbert, and Gine's secretive attitude towards my mother, to the suspicious conversation between King Kessel and Lycia during the bloodline ceremony, to the high ritual master's fear and hatred towards my mother, and Yodel's words about being entangled with calamities in Mindy's hall, doesn't all this indicate impossible? A clear male voice rang. Thales was stunned and looked at Asda in front of him. Asda looked into his eyes and shook his head sternly and decisively. Firstly, Asda's gaze was indifferent. The constitution of a mystic is not inherited and has nothing to do with the bloodline. There was once an experiment conducted by wizards. They divided 5,000 people into 5 groups. Forget it, you don't want to know about this. After all, mystics are not hereditary. Thales frowned slightly. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Secondly, mystics are no longer ordinary creatures. Once we completely become mystics, our physiques will undergo a huge change. Everyone is different, but there is one thing in common: we can no longer reproduce with other races. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Thales opened his mouth in shock. Thirdly. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Other than you, there are a total of 14 mystics in the world, including those who have been sealed. I have met every single one of them, but none of them have this name. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Thales stared at him blankly. 14 mystics. So few. And none of them are. Anyway. Asda shook his head with absolute certainty and his tone was resolute. Your mother cannot be a mystic. When he heard this, Thales was stunned for 10 seconds. Then, he nodded absent-mindedly. I see. So, there is no mystic named Theranjarana. Thales exhaled. For some reason, he felt as if a 10th string had been released from his heart. As for mystics, it's impossible for them to reproduce. His prediction was off. With a sense of disappointment, he leaned against the back of his chair and pondered the mystery of his origin. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled and revealed a self-deprecating smile. This can be considered as letting go of a doubt. A doubt that has been lingering in my mind for a long time. But at the same time, Asda shook his head again. However, strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life, although I don't think it's giving birth in the true sense of the word. Asda crossed his arms and thought for a while before he slowly said, but strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life. Thales' heart instantly froze. The second prince's pupils shrank. He slowly raised his head. Who? Asda separated his clasped hands and raised his head. A lady with a bad temper. Asda revealed a clear smile. Then, the mystic said a name. A name that made Thales' expression change. Giza Streelman, Asda said flatly. Chapter 164. Your reaction is not quite right. Asda leisurely pressed down on his slender and beautiful fingers while he observed Thales' reaction. The air pressure in your body is changing rapidly, Giza Streelman, the air mystic repeated flatly. Why? Does this name evoke any memories? Giza. The blood mystic. With an uncertain expression, Thales recalled the unusual time in the birch tree forest. It was a combination of nervousness, fear, horror, disgust, perversion, and madness. He also recalled the words that the unreasonable lady left behind before she disappeared into the darkness. I will never let you suffer. The pale-faced prince of Constellation snapped out of his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Asda, sighed, and nodded. Not long ago, I had a relaxed and friendly conversation with your dear Madame Giza, one of the leaders of Blood Bottle Gang that is widely rumored in the outside world. Thales said listlessly. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Thoughts formed by mystic energy slowly surged in his body. Giza. That means she has survived the threat of the burning wind cannon. She has returned from her weak state of slumber and regained her consciousness. Perhaps she has also regained her ability to eat. Asda's thoughts fluctuated slightly. Ever since I returned to my physical state, I have been following this boy's unique breathing and searching for him from thousands of miles away. I have never bothered with Blood Bottle Gang. Compared to the value of this boy, the Blood Bottle Gang was simply a piece of trash that could be discarded. But since Giza has returned, perhaps it's time to have a long-awaited conversation. After all, with this boy's appearance, Blood Bottle Gang's plan may have to be delayed. However, Thales' next words attracted the mystic's attention again. Thales observed Asda's expression. He took a deep breath and sighed heavily before he said, when Lady Giza saw her mystic companion after a long time, she expressed her uncontrollable joy to me. She also decided to kill me. To celebrate my first meeting with her. After he finished speaking, Thales saw Asda frown, which was a rare sight. The air mystic, who had been calm and unmoved since the beginning, placed his right hand on his left arm, pinched his delicate chin, and muttered to himself. Thales raised both of his hands and hooked 4 of his fingers into quotation marks. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "This is for your own good." Asda's expression was solemn. You mean, Giza knew that you are the future mystic, but she still tried to kill you? The air mystic keenly caught the main point. The second prince looked into Asda's eyes and nodded slightly. Obviously, she doesn't welcome my identity as a mystic. Thales shrugged and said sarcastically, I guess the competition in the field of mystics is so fierce that it has reached the point where newcomers need to be suppressed. Asda continued to ponder. Thales could feel that he was thinking carefully. I was lucky that day. Thales shook his head. I can already imagine the next time I meet her. After a while, the air mystic raised his head solemnly. This is a problem. Asda's tone was cold again, and his eyes were bright. As a partner, I will go and talk to her. Just like in the past. Thales looked at Asda's expression and guessed that the conversation should be about over. At least, the enmity between them had gradually disappeared. It's time to discuss my future plans with him. In short, becoming a mystic is too risky. I can't do it when I have limited understanding. Very well. At this moment, the air mystic stood up from the empty chair and interrupted Thales' thoughts. He was expressionless. Let's go. Thales' expression changed drastically. Go. Thales' eyes moved, and his breathing quickened. Where are we going? To get you out of here, of course. The air mystic raised a hand. The bedroom window was blown open, revealing the darkness outside. Cold air and wind continuously seeped in. Little Rascal, who was sleeping soundly by the bed, unconsciously curled her body, licked her lips, and hugged the blanket tighter around her body. Now. Thales shuddered. He clenched his fists and looked at Asda in disbelief. Isn't this a little too sudden? At this very moment, there are two complete and powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City, Asda said slowly. They are in the palace we are in right now. Thales was stunned. He looked outside the door. The air mystic sighed. You didn't think that I took such a huge risk to come to you just to sit down and chat, did you? Thales frowned. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Prepare to start your new life. Asda nodded nonchalantly. As a mystic, you still have a long future ahead of you. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Wait, but I still have a lot of questions. Thales scratched his ears and cheeks, desperately thinking of excuses to stall for time. Like the relationship between wizards and mystics, how can I become a mystic, and what Giza said about the factions of mystics. Oh right, there's also the legendary anti-mystic equipment, you and I both know very well, child. Asda shook his head mercilessly and exposed his intentions. There is no benefit in wasting time. Even if your subordinates realize that something is wrong and come to rescue you, it will only be their misfortune. Even if the elf next door whose breathing is stable and steady and who seems to be a supreme class elf is the same, the mystic replied flatly. We have proven 1,000 years ago that even the gods are helpless against mystics. Thales was stunned. He looked at the open window and felt the cold air coming in through it. *T. What should I do? Wait. Thales raised his head. His expression was worried and anxious. I can't go with him. I have to think of a way to stay. Mystics have a very bad life in this world, right? Thales looked at the air mystic and sighed. From the destruction of the ancient empire to the battle of eradication and the fission of the continent. Perhaps, following you is not a good idea. Perhaps I should stay, and we can regularly, this time, Asda looked at him from above. His gaze was subtle. Thales felt his heart clench under his gaze. He could not help but stop talking. Asda slowly opened his mouth. His tone was fleeting, but there was a chilling aura in it. This world has chosen to forget about magic and the past in order to suppress our numbers. That is why most people do not know what we are, such as those idiots in the gang under my command. Even the Battle of Eradication, which people are supposed to be familiar with, has become a legend of heroes fighting against unknown calamities. The mystic placed his hands behind his back. However, those with status and power are still wary of our existence, and see us as their greatest threat. Whether it is magic or mystic energy, they all abhor it. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. But it is precisely because of this that you must come with me. Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the other party. Asda's gaze was solemn. Once your identity is exposed, they will not care whether you are a prince or not. You will end up worse than the orcs who fell into the hands of humans. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. He pursed his lips and recalled the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple, Gilbert's words about the calamities, the unsettling Black Prophet, the secret of Ramon, and Yodel's mask. But, a dozen seconds later, no, I can't just leave like this. Thales gritted his teeth and shook his head. I am their prince. I have a mission on my shoulders, and I know many people. There are some things that cannot be simply left behind, but he was once again interrupted by the mystic. I say. Asda smiled faintly. His eyes were full of mockery. Is it because you are worried about your safety that you are unwilling to become a mystic? Or is it because you are unwilling to give up your noble status as the Prince of Constellation? Thales was slightly stunned when he heard this. The air mystic snorted coldly and said, even if 2 months ago you were just a lowly child beggar. At that moment, Thales' heart was truly shaken. Unwilling to give up, Prince of Constellation, noble status, the image of the night he first arrived at Mindy's Hall appeared before his eyes. That strong figure announced that he was the only remaining heir of Constellation. Gilbert and Yodel knelt down on one knee in front of him. Wyatt placed his hand on his chest and swore to him that he would die for him. Ralph used his clumsy sign language to show that he did as he was told. There was also the surge of people under the Hall of Stars. There was also the deafening cheers that reached the horizon. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. If I had come to you when you were still a child beggar, would you still react the same way? Asda spoke at a moderate pace, and his tone was not heavy, but Thales felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from him. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the child beggars shivering in the 6th house. He remembered the struggle in the cold and hunger every year. He remembered Mora's fierce and angry wolfhound. He remembered Quide's ferocious expression. He remembered Rick's mysterious smile. When you were intoxicated by the title of prince, or struggling bitterly in the misery of being a child beggar, when you were moving back and forth between the joy and pain of both, Asda stared at him coldly. Have you ever thought about what you really are? When you are stripped of all the definitions that others have given you, and when you leave all the situations that you used to exist, what is left of you? A prince who is noble because of his bloodline. A beggar who was born lowly and unfortunate. A genius child who matured early. A pitiful person who is struggling to change his fate. Asda lowered his head and looked at his expression. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. A noble prince. A lowly child beggar. A magnificent palace, a worry-free life, and subordinates who listened to his orders. A dilapidated abandoned house, a daily life of cold, hunger, and cold, and thugs who beat and scold him at every turn. Heaven and earth. He opened his mouth slightly and subconsciously wanted to refute. But he realized that he could not say it out loud. Thales stared at the ground in a daze. Do I really think this way? I can't leave, can't bear to part with the nobility of a prince. Child, you have to understand that to become a mystic, the air mystic said coldly, you have to wave goodbye to your past, no matter how glorious and unforgettable it is. Don't let your past bind you. Only by decisively abandoning it can you finally ascend. Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. It seemed that the wound made by the Mindy's silver coin was throbbing again. The inscription on the silver coin appeared in his mind: a king is not respected by his bloodline. Being a mystic is not a profession, it is not a job, and it is not a title, Asda said firmly. The meaning it represents is far beyond what you can imagine. This is an unprecedented choice. It is an opportunity for you to find yourself, understand yourself clearly, and reshape yourself. Now, you have such an opportunity to make your own choice. The mystic walked in front of him and extended his hand towards his face. Choose to return to your original life and continue your seemingly realistic, seemingly down-to-earth life, but in reality, you have no choice. You have no freedom, you are muddle-headed, and you are confused about your future. Asda's hand stopped in front of the mystic's nose. He flipped his palm over and a ray of blue light flashed from it. It spun continuously around the mystic's palm and eventually formed a deep blue light bowl. Just like that night at Red Street Market. Or choose your own heart, the mystic continued. Choose to see how far you can climb and what kind of scenery you can see in the end. Discover who you really are. Thales stared at the ball of light in Asda's hand and frowned deeply. How far I can climb, what kind of scenery, who am I? Asda slowly clenched his fist. As he moved, the ball of light in the mystic's hand was extinguished. Gusts of air blew past Thales' face. The mystic's gaze changed. These are the words my guide said 1,000 years ago when he led the confused me on the path of mystic energy. Thales listened to Asda's words with an unpleasant expression. He clenched his fist even tighter. And now, 1,000 years later, I will be your guide and guide you to become the most amazing existence in the world. Asda nodded slightly. Trust me, a mystic can not only obtain unlimited life and endless power. Those are just the most insignificant additional gifts. The air mystic slowly raised his arms. His tone was ethereal and mysterious. The world we can see, the vision we can touch, and everything we can feel is far beyond the imagination of any other existence. Compared to that, the light of the gods, the glory of the priests, and the dignity of the king are all dwarfed, insignificant and boring. The panic-stricken Thales lowered his head. Asda lowered his arms and looked at Thales. With a firm gaze, he nodded slowly. We should go. In the next moment, before Thales could react, he was already floating in the air. Thales turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that his vision was rapidly changing. As the wind howled, a chill invaded his exposed skin. Cold air poured into his mouth and nose. No. Wait. I haven't. Thales wanted to speak, but he was powerless. He only felt himself begin to spin. He did not know where the sky was and where the earth was. Asda flew out of the window with him. Thales gritted his teeth in pain while he was high up in the air. The scenery before his eyes changed from a small bedroom to a vast expanse of snow and towering mountains under the moonlight. As well as the things that were slowly becoming smaller and farther away in his vision, Heroic Spirit Palace. The Star Killer, Nicholas, stood in the Hall of Heroes with an unpleasant expression. His gaze was fixed on the ferocious-looking spear on the wall shelf. The Soul Slayer Spear. Buzz, a low and rapid vibrating sound was heard. The few members of the White Blade Guards beside Nicholas stared at the gun in shock. The legendary Soul Slayer Spear is vibrating. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. He walked forward and placed his hand on the Soul Slayer Spear. The commander of the White Blade Guards felt the sensation in his hand. Then, he heaved a heavy sigh. Sound the alarm in Heroic Spirit Palace immediately. Nicholas raised his head abruptly. His expression was stern and solemn. The highest level. We are in big trouble. A guard beside him frowned. The highest level. But he still nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Seal the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. Count all the people patrolling, be they palace guards or white blade guards. Nicholas turned around and pulled out the white-hilted saber on his back. It was a unique saber. The blade was bright silver, the blade was slightly gray, and the spine was a deep brass color. The arc of the saber was different from the white blades unique to the white blade guards. There were 2 curved arcs from the hilt to the tip. I want everyone to report back every 5 minutes. If someone goes missing, I want to know where he disappeared to within 5 minutes. Nicholas held the saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. As he walked, he ordered his subordinates, "We will go to His Majesty's bedroom immediately." The guard who delivered the order immediately disappeared before his eyes. Soon, urgent orders came from afar and nearby. "What's wrong, boss?" An assistant beside Nicholas frowned and asked him. "The Soul Slayer Pike is, yes, the situation is not good." The Star Killer's footsteps became faster. There was a hint of redness on his pale face. The Soul Slayer Pike will not warn for no reason. It is recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards that the last time it sounded like this was more than 600 years ago. His assistant's expression froze. "More than 600 years ago," the assistant repeated in disbelief. As the order was given, more and more soldiers came to relay the order. The orders became more and more urgent, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. "Yes, more than 600 years ago." Nicholas calmly walked towards the king's bedroom. As he raised the saber in his hand, he said sternly, "When the Soul Slayer Pike was still in King Raikuru's hands, when we went through the Battle of Eradication." Thales tried his best to open his eyes amid the howling wind. He wanted to see the scene before him clearly. But he could only see Asda's figure in front of him and his fluttering robes. A few seconds later, he could feel that they were descending rapidly. At this moment, swoosh. A rapid and sharp sound rang out, as if the wind was being torn apart. Clang. There was a muffled sound. Thales did not understand what happened. He only felt his vision waver. The next moment, he rolled on the soft snow. His shoulder hurt from the friction. "Damn it." Thales coughed violently. He cursed his luck in his heart as he struggled to get up. "Damn it. What happened? Why did I suddenly stop?" He shuddered in the cold snow. Then, the Prince of Constellation was stunned. He raised his neck as high as he could. Under the moonlight, he found that a huge statue appeared before his eyes. It was almost several stories tall. It was a heroic warrior holding a pike. His expression was heroic and compassionate. It was the statue of Raikuru Axtet. Thales woke up abruptly. They were at the highest peak in Dragon Cloud City, the Cliff of the Sky. He looked around and found that the whole of Dragon Cloud City was beneath his feet. "I see." The statue of Raikuru the hero looked so small from below. But when it's right in front of me. At this moment, Asda's voice rang and abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "Did you really think that I wouldn't notice you?" Asda sighed. There seemed to be a lot of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Whether it was in Heroic Spirit Palace just now or in the air, I was deliberately avoiding you." Thales turned his head in shock and saw Asda standing under the statue. He was facing a dark figure in front of him from a distance. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. "Who is that?" "Because I'm really not in the mood to play with you today." Asda shook his head. His gaze was sharp. "You monster that won't die." The mystic narrowed his eyes and cracked a smile. "Black sword." "What?" Black, Thales shuddered violently. "Black sword." Thales took a step forward and looked at the figure in disbelief. In his impression, this title represented, Blackstreet Brotherhood, the legendary. Under the moonlight, the figure walked out slowly. Under the moonlight, he raised a strange, black longsword. What a coincidence. The expressionless man turned his body sideways and lowered his head slightly at Asta. The moonlight could only shine on his black robe. Only a pair of sparkling eyes could be seen in the dark. They were directed at the mystic. I'm not in the mood either. You monster that won't die. Black Sword's eyes emitted a chilling light. Chapter 165. So, you want to tell me, King Nuvan stood in his bedroom, wearing his crown and armor. 2 rows of white blade guards stood nervously by his side to protect him. The king turned around and looked at the captain of his personal guards. He said sternly, in Dragon Cloud City, something that Extet has never seen in centuries has appeared. King Nuvan strapped a saber to his waist. His expression was solemn. Calamity. To be precise, Your Majesty. Nicholas held his blade in his hand. His expression was cold. It's not just Dragon Cloud City, the legend of the world records the range of the Soul Slayer Pike's warning. At this moment, that thing is probably in Heroic Spirit Palace. The old king pondered for a few seconds. Very good. At least we now know that those monsters are not just legends. King Nuvan's expression was solemn. He strode out of the bedroom, the white blade guards following closely behind him. The old king glanced at the guards outside the door. They were in their best state of vigilance. What's the situation now? I've already sounded the highest alarm and sealed the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. I've asked the people below to report to me at regular intervals. Nicholas shook his head. Unfortunately, up until now, none of the guards, servants, or white blade guards in the palace have gone missing, and none of them have shown any abnormalities. King Nuvan turned around and stared at Nicholas with a frown. Unfortunately. I'm sorry to use this word. The latter lowered his head slightly. But if that's the case, we can't pinpoint the location of that thing. King Nuvan inhaled and nodded. Inform the archdukes first. They should know why our alarm went off, then lock up all the drunkards at the banquet and chase them out at dawn. Recall the white blade guards who are on duty. If possible, send someone to Shield District and summon Gleeward. I need him to wield the Soul Slayer pike, inform the chief garrison officer. Have him send his disciplinary officers to patrol the districts and fire signal arrows. Similarly, report regularly, light the first portcullis. All archers, get into position. Don't be stingy with eternal oil. As orders were issued, the guards in charge of relaying them hurriedly ran back and forth. Don't be nervous, boys. The old king did not stop walking. His eyes sparkled. This is Extet, Rikaru's hometown. Things are no longer like they were 600 years ago. It's no longer the Battle of Eradication, and it's no longer the time when those monsters ran wild. But they are still the legendary calamities, Nicholas said warily. The legend of the world records their strength. I know that they are powerful. Every archduke is taught that. King Nuvan's voice was sonorous. But if power is everything, what happened 600 years ago? The old king's expression became stern, and his gaze was sharp. Why are we still fighting the Battle of Eradication? Of course. Nicholas nodded with a pale face. Next, after ensuring the safety of the palace, I will expand the search area beyond the sluice gate. At this moment, an unknown noise came from the back of the team. Swoosh. The guards and white blade guards unsheathed their weapons nervously. They surrounded the king in the middle. King Nuvan watched his subordinates' actions and snorted coldly. Under Nicholas' reprimand, the guards let go of their overly nervous nerves and returned to their normal state of alert. A guard hurriedly sent a message. Your Majesty. The guard said loudly. It's the Empire's envoy, he insists on seeing you. King Nuvan frowned. Soon, the vice diplomat of the Constellation Diplomat Group, Lord Putre Numain, appeared before the king. The thin vice diplomat's face was pale. Ignoring the extraordinarily high level of vigilance around him, he said anxiously, "Your Majesty, there's an intruder in your palace, I already know." King Nuvan waved his hand and said impatiently, "I'm handling it." The guards on both sides stopped Putre and gestured for him to go back. "No, Your Majesty." Putre grabbed the guard's arm and said loudly, "No matter who that intruder is, he just abducted Prince Thales." King Nuvan's expression changed abruptly. Nicholas stared at Putre with a strange gaze. It was obvious that he was suspicious. The old king stared at Putre with an unpleasant expression. "What happened?" King Nuvan took a deep breath and asked calmly and cautiously, "Is there anyone else missing?" The guards let go of Putre, who was panting anxiously. "Yes, at the same time." Putre adjusted his breathing and revealed another piece of shocking news. "And your granddaughter, that Lady Saroma Walton. How unlucky. Why would I meet you here?" Asda closed his eyes. His tone was full of displeasure. "When did the Brotherhood open the Northland sightseeing route?" The air mystic said sarcastically, "Or should I say, your resentment towards me is so strong that even Broken Dragon Fortress can't withstand it?" Thales took a deep breath of the cold outdoor air. From Asda's words, he finally confirmed the origins of the man in front of him. The man in front of Asda shook his head slowly. "Someone told me that I would meet an old friend here." The man spoke slowly, but there was an inexplicable pressure in his words. "I thought he was lying to me. I didn't expect to meet you." The man sighed. "It seems that sometimes lies are right." Looking at the man, Thales could not help but think of the old days in the Brotherhood. As the lowest-ranking members of Blackstreet Brotherhood, the child beggars were lowly existences that could be beaten and scolded, but they were also the future blood of the Brotherhood. Hence, the internal affairs of the Brotherhood were the most widely spread news among the child beggars. In the Brotherhood's 10-year history of development, the 13 great generals that the child beggars were most familiar with had fought their way out in the last 5 years. Ruthlessness, fierceness, and youth were their common characteristics. The 6 powerhouses, who held high positions in the Brotherhood, had long experience in the Brotherhood. Each of them could be said to be a big shot in the kingdom's underground world. But when it came to the most powerful, terrifying, and incredible existences in Blackstreet Brotherhood, there was no doubt that they were the 3 great assassins, who were superior to the 6 powerhouses. There were also rumors that they were the 4 great assassins, but the 4th person was so mysterious that even his code name varied. It was unknown whether it was a name or a nickname, but the 3 great assassins were strangely named after 3 strange weapons: reversed machete, prison lock sickle, black sword. Among all of them, Black Sword's story was undoubtedly the most legendary. In the rumors that Thales heard, there was the one where he alone, with one sword, slashed the Black Street, where many forces occupied, until blood flowed like a river and the ground was covered with mutilated corpses. In the end, he obtained the first piece of territory for the newborn Brotherhood. There was also a terrifying story where the enemies of the Brotherhood joined forces and offered a large sum of money to buy Black Sword's life, but their heads all disappeared in their sleep. There was even a story where Black Sword sat alone in Sunset Pub and calmly drank and ate in front of the city defense team's soldiers who came to capture him after receiving bribes. He was a hot-blooded legend who used his gaze and actions to force 17 police teams to retreat. The most bizarre thing was that the shrewd and ruthless Blood Bottle Gang had laid down layers upon layers of ambushes that they were determined to win. With a battle formation of hundreds of people, they surrounded and killed Black Sword. However, the next day, they were horrified to find that Black Sword was walking on Black Street once again, completely unharmed. From the stories of child beggars and thugs to the common people, Black Sword was like an omnipotent legend of the night with a myriad of faces. He was the embodiment of fear and a legendary symbol in the underground world. In the 10 years when the Blackstreet Brotherhood rose with his sword and dominated the kingdom, even the two mystics, whom the Blood Bottle Gang made a big deal out of, paled in comparison to the legend of Black Sword. And now, the legendary Black Sword was standing in front of Thales. Thales could not believe it. Compared to the ferocious, cold, and cruel figure in the rumors, Black Sword's face under the moonlight looked very ordinary. He had a flat forehead and a pair of small eyes. Even his body was slightly above average. He was neither fat nor thin. In the crowd, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. He didn't even have any distinguishing features that would make people remember him at a glance. It was as if there was nothing on his body that could be taken out. Except for his sharp gaze, which did not match his overall style. And his sword. Thales narrowed his eyes and watched the man slowly raise the sword in his hand. It was a strange sword. The pitch-black appearance of the weapon might have explained the nickname Black Sword, but that was far from the only strange thing about it. The strange sword was of moderate length. The body of the sword was slightly curved, but the tip was curved like a bird's beak. The blade of the sword was single-edged and had a deep and long blood groove. On the back of the sword, 1/3 of the blade was hollowed out to form a barb. From the barb on the back of the sword all the way to the hilt, it was covered with fine saw teeth. Looking at the strange legendary black sword, Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows. The hilt of the strange sword was not aligned with the midline of the sword's spine. Instead, it was slanted to one side, just like a kitchen knife. Also, the sword did not have a crossguard. It only had a one-sided guard that extended down from the hilt, almost parallel to the hilt. It seemed to be able to fit 4 fingers except for the thumb. Looking at the sword, Thales thought to himself, it doesn't look like a sword at all. It looks more like a long and straight knife with all kinds of small designs on the blade. Thales could not help but think of the Swiss Army knife from his previous life. But at the same time, Thales also realized that the strange black sword was not Black Sword's only weapon. There was another long weapon covered in linen tied to the latter's waist. Is it another sword? And you are like an annoying black cockroach. Insignificant, but extremely tough. Asda's tone was flat, as if he did not care about the legend in front of him. You can always drag your last breath and crawl back in a flustered but lucky manner. Then, you crawl back in a disgusting manner. Continue to be annoying. The man did not reply. His gaze went past Asda and landed on Thales. Thales could not help but feel a chill in his heart when that pair of sharp eyes swept past him. These two fellows. Thales thought to himself. They are both extremely dangerous existences. But obviously, as members of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang, they were enemies. Maybe I have a chance to escape from Asda. Asda looked at Black Sword and shook his head slightly. Over the years, I have watched you grow from supra class to supreme class. You have become stronger and stronger. You have almost developed feelings for each other. Black Sword still did not say a word. You know, standing in front of me in a daze is the most foolish thing to do. Asda was not bothered by Black Sword's rudeness. He smiled and said, during this period of time, I can completely make the air in your body, but before Asda could finish speaking, Black Sword moved in the next moment. Black Sword's figure swayed. He stepped on the snow under his feet, dragging his sword with one hand and shielding his chest with the other. He charged towards Asda. The corners of Asda's mouth curled up slightly. He was unconcerned. Thales was shocked. Ever since he came to Red Street Market, he had witnessed the movements and body movements of many elites in his short but exciting experience. They ranged from supra class to supreme class, and each had their own unique characteristics. The elusive Yodel, Chris, who turned into Blood Mist, Ida, who was so agile that it was hard for the eyes to follow her movements, the Corleone sisters, who were so fast that their figures could not be seen clearly during the fight, the Fortress Flower, who had the strength to carry 1,000 kilograms but was able to maneuver freely, and the Kingdom's Wrath, who could not be stopped once he went on a rampage. All of them left a deep impression on the people. Even Ralph's gliding figure in the wind, Istrone who moved at an astonishing speed, and Nikolai the Red Viper who gradually increased his speed were all obvious. But Thales frowned as he watched Black Sword, who was running towards him at a moderate pace. It was not because of how sharp and dazzling Black Sword's performance was. It was because Black Sword's running movements were really too ordinary. So ordinary that he was like the most ordinary soldier charging towards the most powerful enemy. There was nothing special about him at all. Even Jayla's body movements, which moved and dodged in the blink of an eye, seemed to be a level higher than Black Sword's. Compared to Black Sword's legendary reputation, no, Thales thought of something. The most ordinary soldier. The most powerful enemy. He narrowed his eyes and saw Black Sword's movements clearly. The hand that was raised high in front of his chest, the sword that was dragged behind him, and the distance between his legs, Thales thought of something. This movement is so familiar. With a thought, Thales' eyes once again entered that strange observation mode. As expected, Asda turned into the most dazzling blue light in his field of vision. But strangely, Black Sword's figure remained the same. There was no change. But Thales had no time to care about that. Because Asda, who was motionless, looked at the attacking Black Sword and snapped his fingers. Asterisk snap. Asterisk panic surged in Thales' heart. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in the next second, the snow on the ground between Asda and Black Sword suddenly flew into the air. The snowflakes scattered in all directions, revealing the black and gray rock stratum underneath. In Thales' vision, an energy embellished with blue light surged in an instant. Starting from the middle of the two, it swept towards the charging man. Thales' pupils shrank. He immediately realized that it was an airflow, the most turbulent airflow. The airflow was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Like a moving wall, it blocked the space between Asda and Black Sword, completely covering the top of the cliff. And now, it swept up a large amount of snow. With a menacing momentum, it swept towards Black Sword. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk it was like a huge paddle slapping towards the smallest insect. *T, Thales furrowed his brows anxiously. Black Sword could only see the drifting snow. He could not see the invisible airflow. Unless Black Sword could burrow into the ground, he would not be able to evade the sweeping airflow that had no blind spots, regardless of whether he moved left or right, or whether he leaped or retreated. Be careful. Seeing the situation before him clearly, Thales could not help but blurt out, "In front of you is a wall formed by strong winds. Dodge it." Asda moved slightly and turned around to look at Thales. There was a ruminating look in his eyes. As for Black Sword did not seem to notice. He continued to charge forward. Thales clenched his teeth. Did he not hear me because the airflow is too strong? He will be blown away by the airflow. Then he will be blown off the cliff. He will fall from the highest peak of Dragon Cloud City and fall to the ground. Thales felt dejected. Black Sword might be my only chance to prevent myself from being captured by the mystic. At the very least, I have to let him live and send a message, but he could only watch helplessly as Black Sword charged straight at the invisible wall of air that he could not dodge. He did not retreat or evade. He was charging towards his own death. Finally, Black Sword charged into the turbulent airflow. His hair was blown backwards and his robes fluttered. He was about to be swept away by the airflow. But in the next moment, Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. Black Sword was not swept away. As he crashed into the airflow, he held the sword with both hands. The tip of the sword was pointed straight ahead, swaying in the airflow. Black Sword's body suddenly moved to the side. His feet began to move in a strange manner. He no longer attacked in a straight line. Instead, he began to move in a zigzag pattern in the direction where the tip of the sword was pointing. Just like that, Black Sword raised his long sword and withstood the airflow that could blow away boulders. He changed his direction occasionally, but his speed did not decrease as he continued to charge towards Asta. Like a wedge, he pierced into the airflow and continued to go deeper. Thales watched his movements in disbelief. How is this possible? Why does Asta's airflow have no effect on him? Thales narrowed his eyes. The fluctuation in his body began to gather, allowing his vision to become clearer. Soon, Thales understood why. In his field of vision, Black Sword was not charging around aimlessly. In the airflow that flashed with blue light, he was regularly turning towards a few specific spots. Almost all of them were the sparsest and dimmest parts of the blue light. Using some unknown method, Black Sword had already figured out the invisible airflow. He found the weakest link in the uneven airflow. Using his footsteps and angle, he forcefully squeezed into the airflow controlled by Asta. Thales could not help but feel puzzled. Normal people can't even see the airflow, let alone Black Sword in it. How did he do it? As his opponent, Asta did not seem surprised. He only moved his fingers slightly. In Thales' eyes, the airflow that flashed with blue light suddenly brightened. The airflow suddenly multiplied. Black Sword's advancing footsteps halted. He was about to be swept away. At the same time, Black Sword's arm turned. His strange long sword suddenly trembled. Black Sword slashed an arc with both hands in the oncoming turbulent airflow. Thales widened his eyes. In the instant that the blue light intensified, Black Sword's black sword, Thales really did not know how to differentiate between his nickname and his weapon, slashed at a weak spot. Asta's expression changed slightly. With this slash, the airflow's momentum was disrupted. Thales saw it clearly. In that instant, the airflow that was filled with blue light was actually, a gash was torn open by the man's sword. Although it was only for a moment, at that moment, Black Sword was like a legend who suddenly came to life. He tapped his feet on the ground and leaped up. In Thales' eyes, he squeezed through the narrow gap in the airflow that could last for an unknown period of time. In the blink of an eye, Black Sword was already 5 steps away from Asta. The man's eyes were cold as he stared at Asta. He did not stop moving. At that moment, Asta suddenly raised his arms. For some reason, Thales felt that Asta's action seemed to be a little panicked. In the next moment, the air pressure around Asta seemed to explode. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with Asta as the center, a large amount of air shot out in all directions in the shape of a ball. In Thales' eyes, the only thing he could see was the blue light around Asta's body shooting out in all directions. At that moment, Thales thought of a funny analogy. Why was Asta like a porcupine shooting arrows in all directions? He charged at Black Sword in exasperation and retaliated angrily. A huge force surged in the air and Thales was pressed to the ground. He had no choice but to return to reality. Thales knew that this was Asta's doing. It was to protect him from being hurt by the explosive air pressure. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to raise his head to see the battle clearly. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. The majestic and turbulent air pressure erupted violently. Black Sword, who was a few steps in front of Asta, bore the brunt of it. Once again, Black Sword made an unexpected move. As if he knew what kind of threat was coming at him, Black Sword's body swayed as he moved forward. Started spinning. Thales' shocked gaze was fixed on Black Sword. Asterisk hiss, His entire body brushed past the terrifying air pressure, producing a violent and ear-piercing sound. The man's body continued to spin like a strange dancer as he spun and moved forward amidst the explosive air pressure. However, he cleverly reduced the pressure he had to bear to the minimum. Black Sword's body spun twice. With each spin, he maintained a perfect balance and took a step towards Asda. The air pressure did not affect his speed at all. Under the ear-piercing sound of the air explosion and Asda's solemn gaze, Black Sword took a step in front of him. At that moment, the air mystic and Black Sword's eyes met in the air. In the next moment, Asda, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Black Sword swung his arm and hurriedly thrust his strange sword forward. The air around them trembled and began to change in a strange manner. Black Sword's long sword moved and drew a strange arc in the air. Shik. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was heard. However, the moment Black Sword swung his sword and Asda clenched his fist, the air around them suddenly became thick, heavy, and extremely viscous. This reminded Thales of the move that Asda used to suffocate him. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Boom. Asda's clenched right hand was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Bang. In the air, a boundless pressure assaulted them, forcing Black Sword to kneel on one knee. Without waiting for his opponent to react, Black Sword pushed against the ground with his left hand and rolled backward. At the same time, he swung his long sword and broke through the heavy atmosphere. Black Sword rolled back a few meters and left the range of Asda's air pressure. He held his long sword across his chest and watched Asda vigilantly as he panted. Meanwhile, the air mystic stared blankly at his arm that had fallen to the ground. This sudden showdown finally came to an end for the time being. Thales got up from the ground. He had already forgotten to breathe as he watched. Asda's ability to control the atmosphere at will was already shocking enough. Thales believed that no matter who it was, if they were to encounter any of these situations, they would only be able to cover their heads and flee like a rat. But Black Sword. In the shortest amount of time, his every move effectively cut into the weak points of Asda's strange ability. He overcame every obstacle and rushed to the mystic. He even chopped off the mystic's arm. Compared to Giza, who was bleeding profusely, not a single drop of blood flowed out of Asda's wound. Instead, it glowed with a faint blue light, just like the time at Red Street Market. The air mystic was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Black Sword took advantage of this time to constantly adjust his breathing. His panting slowly calmed down. Finally, Asda heaved a deep sigh. This strange mystic slowly opened his mouth. This is the closest you've been to me since we first met for more than 10 years. You even chopped off my arm. Asda shook his head and shook his severed arm. Whether it's reflexes, physical fitness, or on-the-spot intuition, I have to admit that you're getting stronger. Looks like I have to take back my description of you as of a black cockroach, Asda said mockingly. You've already become a poisonous black scorpion. Black Sword stared fixedly at the mystic and did not reply. Asda thought to himself, since we first met 12 years ago, this guy's strength has been rising rapidly, as if there were no bottlenecks or obstacles. Back then, he was just an insignificant character, but now... Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda's arm on the ground turn into blue light and disappear. Even though he had expected it and it was not like he had never seen it before, he still found it a little strange when he saw it. At the same time, the blue light on Asda's severed arm shone again. The light gathered to form a new arm, even his robe. Black Sword, you're probably the first person in history to be able to fight a mystic head-on and not be at a disadvantage with your body of flesh and blood and a sword made of ordinary iron. Asda held his newly acquired right arm and sighed with emotion. Recalling the past 1,000 years, Asda could not help but sigh. Which supreme class elite in history had the strength he has now? Hearing this, Thales stared at Black Sword in a daze. The latter stood up slowly and flicked the snowflakes off his long sword. You flatter me. Black Sword's tone was still flat. He said flatly, but I can feel that you're deliberately suppressing your strength. Black Sword raised his head and looked at Rikuru's statue. He frowned slightly. If it were in the past, you would have blown the entire mountain into pieces. Asda narrowed his eyes. What? Black Sword turned and looked straight into the mystic's eyes. Are you afraid of something in this city? Thales frowned. Of course. Asda said it himself earlier, there are at least 2 legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City. Asda smiled faintly. The air mystic shrugged and said indifferently, this is the capital of a country, after all. There's order here. I don't want to make a ruckus to the point where I have to massacre the entire city, that's not my style. The capital. Order. Black Sword took a deep breath. At that moment, his expression became extremely terrifying. 12 years ago, when you, a monster, went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, why didn't you have such concerns? Thales trembled violently. However, Asda's next words shocked him as much as the former. TSK, it's too ironic coming from your mouth. Asda stared at Black Sword and shook his head with a chuckle. There was a faint blue light surging in his eyes. Chapter 166. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other quietly. Thales looked at Asda in disbelief, then at Black Sword. What? Renaissance Palace started a massacre? Killed the Crown Prince. In Thales' memory, the only thing that fits these two descriptions was. Thales gulped. His brain was working furiously. What roles did these two guys play in the bloody year? Asda maintained his chilling smile, but this time, his smile seemed to be mixed with other emotions. It's time to get down to business. A strange blue light appeared in Asda's eyes, and it grew brighter. This time, I will get rid of you once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, Asda changed. Thales was dumbfounded as he watched the blue light in Asda's eyes overflow from his eye sockets. Like the water in a stream, it split into a few tiny branches and covered his face. From afar, Asda looked as if his skin was chapped, and blue light flashed under the cracks. It was very strange. Thales felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he felt that not only did Asda's appearance change, but his entire being had also changed. What's going on? Your luck ends here, the mystic with the blue light flowing on his face said slowly. But this time, it was as if all his emotions had faded from his words. There was not even a hint of fluctuation in his tone. You will not have the chance to get close to me again. Just like a puppet with a stiff face. Black Sword's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Obviously, he had seen Asda like this before. Black Sword's left hand slowly stroked the ridge of his sword. He bent his knees slightly, lowered his body, and made a posture that Thales found extremely familiar, but completely different from what he remembered. It was just a test just now, Black Sword said flatly, pointing the tip of his sword at the strange Asda. The mystic's face was expressionless and lifeless. Blue light flowed from his lips from time to time. No matter what you want to test, it ends here. The next moment, Black Sword did not say a word. He stomped on the ground with his hind legs and charged forward again. The mystic with the flashing blue light did not even look at his opponent. He stared blankly ahead. This time, Black Sword's charge was obviously faster than the previous time. In just a few seconds, he was already 10 steps away from Asda. The mystic only raised a hand slowly in the direction where Black Sword was charging from. Black Sword let out a low growl. His upper body leaned forward, and a surge of power surged from his legs. The speed of his charge increased once again. Air is everywhere. The mystic's unusual and apathetic voice rang slowly. It fills your entire body, inside and outside your body. Thales widened his eyes. He felt that something had happened. Sure enough, the moment Asda raised his right hand as if he had sensed nothing, Black Sword's attacking figure suddenly swayed. His speed suddenly slowed down. The blue light on the air mystic's face grew brighter. The air in your lungs has been frozen. It cannot enter or exit. You can't breathe anything. Black Sword's expression changed, and he clutched his chest with his left hand. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. What? The air in the human body. Could Asda do this? As expected, Black Sword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His face and eyes began to redden. His movements changed, and his footsteps began to sway. Thales looked at him worriedly. He looked at his only chance to escape. Black Sword supported himself on the ground with his sword. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. But in the next second, the scene around Black Sword suddenly blurred in Thales' vision. At that moment, it was as if some power had blocked Thales' vision, and the latter was a little surprised. But reality did not allow Thales to think too much. Black Sword had already pulled his sword out of the ground. His stagnant movements became strangely smooth again at that moment. Black Sword's body moved. He actually regained his original speed and continued to charge towards Asda. Thales was puzzled. What did Black Sword do? Not a bad response. The mystic's calm and emotionless voice rang again, answering Thales' question. Using the power of eradication to strengthen and stimulate all the muscles related to breathing, you forcefully inhaled a small amount of air. Black Sword's body swayed, and he staggered as he rushed towards Asda. Like a drunkard, his movements had long since lost the fluidity of his first charge. Thales was very worried that he would collapse at any moment. Thales frowned. If there's no legendary anti-mystic equipment, then wouldn't Asda? The mystic did not seem to care about Black Sword in front of him at all. He was heard saying in an extremely calm voice, but it can only let you live for a little more than 10 seconds. Black Sword looked at Asda, who was shining with blue light in front of him. He clenched his teeth, as if he was enduring unprecedented pain. He raised the strange sword in his hand towards Asda. The light path on the mystic's face flowed with another wave of blue light. The next moment, the mystic's eyes shone with blue light. No one could see his gaze clearly. Thales saw that the air around Asda was glowing with a faint blue light. A heavy pressure descended on the air again. No, Thales gritted his teeth and took a step back, maintaining his vision. This time, it's not as simple as the pressure. Boom, a muffled sound rang out. Thales was shocked to see that, with Asda as the center, the snow on the ground in a circular area around him had visibly lowered by a layer. It was as if someone had slapped him. Thud. Black Sword fell to his knees uncontrollably. Black Sword's right hand was still tightly gripping his sword. The tip of the sword was only a few inches away from Asda. He knelt in front of Asda, gritted his teeth and growled. His left hand supported the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if he was carrying a heavy weight on his back, and could not move. Shik. Black Sword had no choice but to withdraw his sword. The tip of the sword pierced the ground to support his body from collapsing. T. I've made a mistake. Black Sword is no match for Asda at all. Thales clenched his fists, feeling anxious. But with such a huge commotion, someone should have noticed, right? The mystic spat out the words mechanically. His voice was lifeless. Look, once your body is pressured and your reaction speed is slowed down, you become much easier to deal with. Black Sword knelt on the ground and let out a low, furious growl. The luck of surviving a great disaster has allowed you to live for a whole 12 years. Every time, you can escape with your life. But this time, you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to create an opportunity for you to kill me. The blue light on the air mystic's face flowed again as he slowly said, and you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to save you. At that moment, Black Sword raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Monster. He bit out the word with all his might. The mystic shook his head slowly, indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and silently clenched his fist. In Thales's eyes, the blue light in the air began to brighten. The air around Asda slowly tightened with terrifying force. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Black Sword's strange sword, which was stuck in the ground, was pressed down by a few inches. The sawtooth on the sword rubbed against the rock layer violently, making a piercing noise. Black Sword's body was slowly pressed down. His left hand and legs, which were propped up on the ground, uncontrollably shrunk towards his torso. Thales's scalp went numb. He remembered the mystic's favorite technique, forming a human bowl. I've experienced it myself, haven't I? Black Sword's body trembled more and more violently. His body also shrank under the compressed air pressure. His bones began to crackle. Black Sword let out a painful roar. However, his right hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. It was as if it was his life. It's over. Thales sighed. But at that moment, Black Sword and Thales' vision blurred again. The second prince's heart skipped a beat. Based on his previous experience, this meant that Black Sword, asterisk crack, asterisk a strange sound came faintly from the ground. The mystic seemed to have realized something. His eyes flickered and a blue light flashed across his face. In the next second, the ground where Black Sword was crawling, starting from the point where his sword was stuck in the ground, let out a crisp cracking sound. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the ground beneath Black Sword suddenly cracked. Asterisk crash, asterisk his entire body sank into the cracked rock layer. The air mystic turned his head abruptly. The blue light in his eyes flickered rapidly. At that moment, Thales saw everything clearly through his vision. Black Sword twisted his sword, unwilling to let go, and pulled horizontally on the ground. He forcefully pulled out a hole in the rock layer. The terrifying air pressure seemed to have found a vent. It drilled into the hole and broke the entire rock layer. Then, more and more air seeped into the gradually cracking rock layer. The heavy pressure in the air suddenly lessened. Thales was stunned. If that's the case, sure enough, Black Sword, who was curled up on the ground, was no longer restrained by the air. He stepped on the continuously sinking rock layer and suddenly leaped up. At that moment, Black Sword's eyes were clear, pure, and determined. He looked at the expressionless mystic and the latter's eyes, which were glowing with a blue light. Black Sword took another step forward and approached Asda's range. The mystic suddenly raised his hand slightly. His body was pushed by the air and floated backwards. It was as if he was escaping from Black Sword. But before he could float too far away, Black Sword's right hand trembled in a terrifying manner. A strange power surged. Black Sword's blade pierced Asda in a steady, powerful, and accurate manner amidst the turbulent airflow. Thales inhaled sharply and watched Black Sword's instant counterattack. The blade pierced towards Asda's head. The blue light on Asda's face shone brightly again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull sound was heard. The blade seemed to have collided with the hardest metal. It was blocked by a strange transparent barrier in front of the tip of Asda's nose. Thales furrowed his brows. He saw a blue barrier appear in front of Asda, blocking Black Sword's weapon. Air wall. He looked at the blue ball of light in Asda's left hand and said to himself. You always find a way out of desperate situations, the mystic said lifelessly. What a beautiful counterattack. Black Sword roared furiously. He exerted strength in his legs, charged forward, and thrust his blade forward. Asda floated backwards, but the blade remained in front of him, as if it could not break through the air wall. It looked as if Black Sword was pushing Asda backwards. But Thales was shocked. They're floating towards me. Try to kill me again. The mystic's voice was cold and calm, as if the thing in front of him was not a sword, but a fly. You already knew that I can't be killed. Then why are you still defending? Black Sword's eyes widened in anger. He held his sword with both hands and did not stop moving, as if he was determined to break through the air wall even if it cost him his life. It's my habit. The mystic floated backwards and said flatly, I don't like people getting close to me. Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched them float towards him. He was about to run away. But at this moment, the situation changed again. Black Sword suddenly sheathed his sword and quickly turned around. He paused on the ground, gave up on continuing to thrust forward, and completely left Asda's side. As if he did not expect Black Sword's action, the light on the mystic's face flashed. In the next second, Black Sword rolled to the side and landed beside Thales. Thales was shocked. Before he could react, he felt something tighten around his shoulder. He turned his head in shock and found that Black Sword was already standing behind him, gripping his left shoulder tightly. How? Thales' mind was in a mess. Black Sword. The air mystic, who had been lifeless since the beginning as if he had lost all emotions, roared for the first time in a loud voice, How dare you? Asda let go of his left hand that was maintaining the air wall and raised his right hand. But at that moment, Thales only felt a chill on his neck. That strange black longsword was already placed horizontally in front of his throat. Asda's hand stopped in midair. Black Sword's cough rang behind Thales' ears. It made his heart pound. Thales came to a realization. Black Sword is holding me hostage. Thales resisted the urge to complain. He felt bitter in his heart. Why am I so unlucky? The air mystic watched all of this. The light on his face flashed more and more rapidly. He frowned. You always surprise me. I told you, I was just testing you just now. Black Sword coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. To make sure that my skills didn't deteriorate, and that your response didn't change drastically. Then, I found an opportunity like this. Black Sword panted and slowly tightened his grip on Thales' hand. Is this boy very important to you? The blue light in the mystic's eyes dimmed, revealing his gaze. The light on Asda's face also gradually dissipated. Thales flashed an ugly smile at him. He wanted to shrug, but his shoulder was already firmly gripped by Black Sword and he could not move. Even if you slit his throat, I can use air pressure to stop the bleeding, Asda said solemnly as he looked at Black Sword who was holding Thales hostage. You know it's futile. Hearing that, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Until Black Sword's next words. Yes. Black Sword sighed. He switched the sawtooth side of the sword in his hand and continued to press against Thales. So, I will directly cut off his entire head. Can you help him put it back together again? Thales' breathing stagnated. Nah. Nanny. I'll try. Asda's eyebrows relaxed as if he did not care. His eyes were cold. Threatening a mystic. Let's see what kind of price I will make you and your Black Street Brotherhood pay. Black Sword snorted softly. The blade in his hand slowly approached the boy's neck. Asda watched his movements and slowly lowered his eyebrows. Wait. A clear boy's voice rang out. Black Sword and Asda froze in unison. Both of them turned their gazes. Chapter 167. Mr. Sakurn. Beside the blade, Thales tried his best to control his heartbeat and breathing. He looked at the mystic with difficulty. I don't think you want to waste time here. Yes, Asda said flatly. Just get rid of this guy. That's the fastest way. Humph, Black Sword sneered. Same here. Thales felt a headache coming on. Mr. Black Sword. Thales panted and said to the person holding him hostage, You know that this guy can't be killed, right? Behind him, Black Sword's breathing gradually calmed down. Who knows, Black Sword said flatly. Maybe next time, I can kill him. Asda snorted mockingly and stared coldly at Black Sword. The two people who did not give him face made Thales extremely embarrassed. Thales exhaled. I say, I have a suggestion for the two of you. Feeling the chill on his neck, Thales smiled awkwardly. Maybe you, Mr. Black Sword, don't have to cut off my head. Asda narrowed his eyes. His gaze was subtle. Look, you've already exchanged blows. Thales could not see Black Sword's expression, but he knew that it must be terrible. But Thales could only try his best to raise his voice in the cold wind. Mr. Mystic has the upper hand, but Mr. Black Sword, you always surprise us. Asda and Black Sword stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with merciless murderous intent. If you continue to be in a stalemate here, you will only attract Dragon Cloud City's attention. Thales trembled slightly. Mister, why don't you let me go and just disappear? Then, Mr. Sakurn. Thales smiled awkwardly. Since my life is in his hands, why don't you be magnanimous and let him go? Most importantly, I have to get myself out of this. Thales thought to himself. I was hoping that Black Sword's sudden appearance could help me, but in the end, neither of them are good people. Under the moonlight, the cold wind and the falling snow gradually lessened. Black Sword did not speak. Thales, who was almost frozen, tried his best to maintain a smile. What do you think? Asda and the prince's eyes met in the air. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Even though being a mystic was much better than when he was in his emotionless glowing mode, just now, he could still feel the chill in Asda's eyes. I refuse, Asda said coldly. I've had enough of this cat-and-mouse game. He must die here today. The smile froze on Thales' face. Hey, Thales stared at Asda in disbelief. What happened to the love between mystics? What about helping each other? Asda ignored Thales' gaze. At that moment, the mystic's heart was cold. Black Sword's performance just now proved that he was fully qualified to be one of the disaster hunters from 600 years ago. As long as he had a legendary anti-mystic equipment, in the past, the supreme class fighters who were carefully selected from various races were all terrifying existences who had gone through countless hardships. They held the greatest nemesis of mystics and hid on the battlefield, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. During the Great Purge after the war, they were even more terrifying trackers in the dark. They hunted down all mystics, whether they existed or did not exist, whether they were enemies or not. They did not let go of any faction. If it was not for the Great Fission and the political division of the various countries after the war, which caused the disaster hunters to fall apart, Black Sword. Asda looked at his right hand, which had just been cut off and then regenerated, and narrowed his eyes. He must die here. Look, of course I can let you go, child, Black Sword said softly behind Thales' ear. But he won't. The leader of the Brotherhood shook his head slowly and sighed slightly. You can only blame your bad luck. Thales sighed in anguish. Asda sneered and said, Then let us see how long a mere human can last in the snowy Northland. Yes. Black Sword tapped Thales' shoulder without showing any sign of weakness. How long can he last? Caught in the confrontation between the two, Thales frowned helplessly. What the hell? Thales took a deep breath and slowly gritted his teeth. He glanced at Dragon Cloud City beneath the cliff of the sky and kept thinking. There's no other way. I got it. Thales took another deep breath and licked his dry lips. Enunciating each word, he said, how about this? I have an idea. Black Sword and Asda shifted their attention to him. Thales' face was downcast as he slowly finished his sentence. This way, Mr. Black Sword, you will have time to escape. I believe you can. And Mr. Sakern, we can also continue our journey. Listening to Thales' words, Asda and Black Sword frowned. Humph, Asda sneered. Are you helping him? No. Thales felt the force on his shoulder lessen. He curled up the corners of his lips again and said with a smile that was even more radiant, I'm helping all of us. Asda's gaze grew colder. It made Thales' skin crawl. A gust of cold wind blew past. Black Sword sighed softly. I've been looking for this opportunity since the beginning, Black Sword said slowly in his ear. Thank you for your suggestion, child. So, you agree? Thales turned his head awkwardly and pulled his neck away from the cold blade and saw. Black Sword looked at Asda, who did not look too pleased. He patted Thales' shoulder and nodded slowly. Of course, there's only one thing that needs improvement. Thales was stunned. Improvement? I'm here for him. Black Sword widened his eyes. He grabbed Thales and stood up from the ground. I'm not here to escape. Asda's expression changed and he stretched out his right hand. But Black Sword was faster. The Brotherhood's legend moved swiftly and agilely. He lifted Thales by the back of his collar and swung his left arm diagonally upwards in another direction. At that moment, Black Sword threw the second Prince of Constellation off the cliff. Ah! Thales only had time to open his mouth and was immediately swallowed by the wind and snow. You really threw me. Thales, whose heart was boiling with fear, felt the whistling wind. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground below him. He looked at the shrunken Dragon Cloud City in his field of vision. He roared indignantly in midair, at least give me a signal. Black Sword let out a low growl, and his body shot forward again. He charged towards Asda. The cold wind blew past Thales' ears, making him unable to open his eyes. However, he could feel that the momentum of his ascension was slowing down. Asda's left hand condensed a ball of light. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Black Sword's blade struck the wall of air in front of Asda again. A few tenths of a second later, Thales felt that he was falling. He was falling towards Dragon Cloud City below the cliff. Thales' heart sank. His small arm was still a man's height away from the edge of the cliff. Damn you, Black Sword, I didn't ask you to throw me so far. Anne. I told you to run away when Asda was saving me. If Asda couldn't make it in time, fortunately, Asda did not care about Black Sword. He raised his head calmly and extended his right hand towards Thales. As expected, in the next moment, Thales felt a strange force supporting him while he was falling. His falling momentum immediately stopped. Thales floated in the air, still in a state of shock. He did not want to fall off the cliff and become a meat patty. But the battle on the cliff was not over yet. Black Sword spun around, and using the inertia, his entire body erupted with a strange force. Monster! As he roared, Black Sword struck with the most powerful strike he had made that night. The blade of the sword was against the wall of air in front of the mystic. Under Asda's incredulous gaze, Black Sword's weapon drew a streak of sparks in the air. And a deafening, violent explosion. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Thales was dumbfounded as he watched Black Sword's sword strike the thinnest part of the wall of air that was emitting blue light. It caused a ripple in the blue light. Then, Black Sword retracted his long sword at lightning speed and thrust it out again in an instant. In Thale's vision, an abundant, colorless force gathered on the man's sword and exploded with astonishing power. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he stabbed the blue light that was already fluctuating unstably. Black Sword's gaze was firm as he spun the sword in his hand. A huge force gathered on a small point. In the next moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk Asda roared in exasperation. The indestructible, invisible wall of air, it shattered. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wall of air that had lost its effectiveness turned into a turbulent airflow that swept up countless snowflakes. Blue light gathered on Asda's hand as he tried to condense another wall of air. But at least in that second, there was no barrier between Black Sword and Asda. Thale's eyebrows twitched. Black Sword did not strike again. The man reached out and instantly pressed down on the other weapon at his waist. The weapon that was tightly wrapped in sackcloth. In a fraction of a second, the sackcloth fell apart and Black Sword pulled out the weapon. It was a strange hand-and-a-half sword. No, it was a size smaller than a hand-and-a-half sword. It was only the length of Black Sword's forearm. The blade was dark red, and the blade was dark red. The hilt of the small red sword was pure black with a relatively large counterweight ball on it. In the middle of the sword's guard was a similarly dark red gem. The sword's guard was curved in the opposite direction and extended towards the sword's blade. On the guard, there were a few small protrusions that pointed in the direction of the enemy. They looked like fangs. For some reason, the moment Thales saw the sword, he felt goosebumps all over his body and his blood surged. An inexplicable and indescribable feeling surged in his heart. This feeling. Thales was puzzled. Why is it so familiar? But before he could think further, Black Sword held the small red sword and stabbed it into the center of Asda's abdomen. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Asda looked at the small red sword, as if he was feeling the sensation of it stabbing into his body. Then, his eyes were filled with shock. And panic. Just like the time when he was stabbed by Yodel in Red Street Market. Thales, who was floating in the air, was shocked. He no longer had the energy to care if he was still dangerously high up in the sky. At that moment, he knew what weapon Black Sword held in his hand. No, how could you have it? How did you know? Asda widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the sword in Black Sword's hand. Black Sword did not answer him. He only twisted his hand and lifted the small red sword. The blade started from Asda's abdomen, cut open his upper body, and came out from the top of the mystic's head. Endless blue light shone from Asda's cut body. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Black Sword waved his left hand mercilessly and cut Asda in half at the waist. Asda, who had been cut into two, fell to the ground. The shock on his face did not disappear. Farewell. Black Sword held the two swords with both hands and turned around coldly. Monster. The next moment, Thale's body swayed. The force that was supporting him disappeared. T. Panic rose in Thale's heart. Asda's ability had failed. He was hundreds of meters in the air, and he was falling towards Dragon Cloud City at the bottom of the cliff. Thales looked at the mini Dragon Cloud City below him. His heart beat continuously. His body kept falling. At that moment, asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp sound of metal rubbing against stone. Thales raised his head and his whole body trembled. He saw Black Sword step on the cliff and charge towards him. Then, Black Sword's eyes were cold as he suddenly extended his right hand. But his right hand was holding a long sword. He viciously thrust the strange black sword in his hand at Thales, who was falling from midair. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. What? The blade did not stop. It went straight for his head. The cold wind echoed in Thale's ears. In a fraction of a second, countless emotions flashed through his mind. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Thale stared blankly at the sword that was thrusting towards his head. In between shock, fear, confusion, and anger, he could only helplessly close his eyes. Rip. The strange sword pierced through Thale's clothes. Thale's eyelids shrank. But the expected pain and touch did not come. The wind howled. Thales trembled and opened his eyes. He was still in midair, and the miniature version of Dragon Cloud City lay quietly 100 meters below him. Thales shivered and turned his head. He watched in shock as the strange blade pierced through his collar and hung Thales on the barb on the sword. Thales hung on the sword and swayed back and forth in the air. The cold wind brushed past his body. He stared at the ordinary-looking man on the other side of the sword, dumbfounded. Black Sword held the small red sword in one hand, and the blade was stuck to the cliff's rock. Just like that, he hung on the edge of the cliff. His other hand stretched out horizontally, grabbed the strange black sword, and hung the tiny Thales on the sword's hook. The ordinary-looking man gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew the sword in his hand. Thales was in a state of shock as he stared at Black Sword in a daze. The latter smiled and said to the second prince in the air, "Before I threw you, I gave you a signal." Thales' eyes widened due to fear and shock, but he could not look away now. He felt the force on his collar and did not dare to look down. He only clutched his chest tightly. He felt the force on his collar and did not dare to look down. He only clutched his chest tightly. It was as if his heart would jump out of his chest if he did not do so. Black Sword's expression did not change. He slowly withdrew his sword-wielding arm in a steady and powerful manner. A few seconds later, Thales looked at the black sword that was getting closer to him. He finally calmed down a little. Ha! He exhaled abruptly. At that moment, Thales only wanted to complain. What the hell? Thales panted violently and said weakly, "Next time, can you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Thales widened his eyes again. He raised his head in horror and looked behind Black Sword. No way. There, a strange blue light slowly gathered. Under the moonlight, the blue light formed a strange figure. The figure stood on Black Sword's left and looked at the small red sword that was stuck in the cliff with a complicated expression. Thales opened his mouth wide. No way. Hanging on the cliff, Black Sword's expression froze when he saw Thales' expression. Soon, he knew what had happened. Black Sword frowned and slowly turned his head to look at the edge of the cliff. There stood Asda Sakern, who had recovered and was unscathed. Next time. The air mystic's expression was terrible, but his words were still as sarcastic as ever. If you want to scare me, it's best if you find a real legendary anti-mystic equipment, and not a fake with a similar aura. Black Sword's expression changed. He looked at the calm Asda on his left, then at Thales on his right, who was hanging on the sword, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Black Sword heaved a heavy sigh. Lance. Hanging on the cliff, Black Sword closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. In a subtle tone, he said, "UF** King tricked me again, legendary anti-mystic equipment, there's even a fake." Thales furrowed his brows. Asda narrowed his eyes. Black Sword looked gloomy, as if he had eaten a fly. In the cold wind, the three of them were silent for 3 seconds in a strange position. They did not seem to know how to respond to such a situation. "You, child." Finally, Asda shifted his gaze and looked at Thales coldly. His tone was frightening. "You are really naughty." Thales could only put on a sad smile. But before he could say a word, Black Sword moved again. In the next moment, Black Sword lifted his feet and pressed against the side of the cliff. He exerted force with his left hand and pulled out the small red sword from the rock. Without any support, Black Sword began to descend slowly with Thales. Asda's expression changed abruptly. Thales was so shocked that he forgot to breathe. At that moment, Black Sword raised his head and glanced at the mystic, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. "A surprise for you," he said faintly. "You?" Asda raised his hand angrily. Air pressure flowed, intending to support them. But Black Sword did not give him the chance. In a fraction of a second, Black Sword's power surged, and his legs kicked the rock surface. He grabbed Thales, and with a speed that Asda could not react to. Chapter 168. Thales finally knew what it felt like to fall from a great height. That was, not feeling it. It was because the feeling of weightlessness, having nothing to rely on and nothing to rely on, could instantly take away all one's thoughts and take away one's autonomy and control of one's body. Only panic, bewilderment, and absent-mindedness remained. Cold wind blew against their faces. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk Thales was held in Black Sword's embrace with one arm. His lips trembled, but no words came out. In the high-speed wind, even breathing became difficult. Thales' mind was blank. At that moment, that strange fluctuation surged through his entire body, and even time seemed to slow down. But this time, that fluctuation did not bring him a miracle. The violent airflow blew past their sleeves. They were still falling. Dragon Cloud City beneath them grew bigger and clearer. And he could do nothing. Thales could only close his eyes and wait for his death with an empty mind. At that moment, Black Sword, who was behind him, suddenly moved. Asterisk hiss, asterisk the sharp sound of metal scraping against the rock surface exploded in his ears again. Thales felt his body fall, as if gravity had returned. He opened his eyes abruptly. What greeted his eyes was a flash of fire. Thales watched in shock as an arm stretched out from behind him. It was holding that strange black sword and scratching the cliff wall, creating a string of sparks. As they fell, they kept decelerating. In the next second, Thales felt a violent jolt. There was a sudden weight beneath him. The feeling of his torso being torn apart and the dizziness in his head assaulted him at the same time. Thales could not help but retch a few times. He panted and found that his breathing had become smooth again. Ha! The Prince of Constellation was shocked to find that they had stopped. Thales could not help but suck in a cold breath. Their falling momentum had been stopped, and they were now suspended on the cliff wall. And he, who was falling head first, was now upside down. I survived. Thales looked up in disbelief and saw the situation in front of him clearly. Black Sword's strange sword was long gone, and his right hand was now firmly gripping a thin rope. The other end of the rope was firmly tied to a thick nail, which was nailed deep into the cliff wall. They, who had no one to rely on, were firmly suspended in midair. Black Sword clenched his teeth, his right hand covered in blood. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground could be heard. Thales came back to his senses, and before he knew it, he was already drenched in cold sweat. This rope, the Prince of Constellation asked in disbelief, was prepared by you from the start. Black Sword smiled coldly. We chased Asda here to fight. Black Sword loosened his grip and they slid down the rope at a uniform speed. It was to have a way out. Although the rope in Black Sword's hand was thin, it seemed extremely tough, as if it was specially made for this activity. Thales stared at Black Sword's hand in astonishment. He stared at the blood that flowed out from the high-speed friction just now, but the latter did not seem to notice it at all, as if it was not his hand. Boom! They fell on an irregular outcropping of rock at the edge of the cliff. He looked at Dragon Cloud City below him. He could already clearly see the roofs of many residential houses. He panted with all his might, trying to regulate his breathing. But he should be more worried about the current situation. Thales began to think about his relationship with the person in front of him, as well as his options after he got rid of Asta. How would he deal with her? Does he know who he is? Thales' breathing slowly quickened. If Black Sword was the murderer who killed Crown Prince Midir 12 years ago, Thales thought, that means he is. In Mindy's hall, Gilbert told him that it was the assassins of Shadow Shield who killed the eldest son of the king. In Heroic Spirit Palace, before Archduke Pofrit died, he said that Shadow Shield had always desired his life. When he thought of this, Thales' heart skipped a beat. Thales gritted his teeth and glanced warily at Black Sword, whose back was facing him. This person is very likely, but at that moment, the moment Thales stared at him, Black Sword suddenly turned around. Thales was so frightened that he trembled and clenched his fists. His scalp went numb, as if he was being targeted by a powerful hunter. Black Sword gave Thales a deep look. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Thales did not dare to breathe loudly. He only forced a smile with an ugly expression. Black Sword furrowed his brows and inhaled. When he realized that the person who was looking at him with hostility was just the boy in front of him, the coldness in Black Sword's eyes faded and he turned around expressionlessly. Black Sword picked up the black sword that had just fallen and readied himself. Thales' palms were already covered in cold sweat. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? How can he even sense my gaze? Thales lowered his head and clenched his fists. After escaping from Asta, he had to face such a dangerous and terrifying gang leader. The uneasiness in his heart only increased. No, I better not expose my identity. I still have to think of a way to escape safely and return to Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales tried hard to regulate his breathing. However, unpleasant things would always happen. A familiar voice rang in Thales' ears. Why have you been gone for so long? A figure appeared from behind the rock. His voice was full of anxiety. Under the moonlight, Thales saw the person's face clearly. His eyes immediately widened. No way. Am I that unlucky? Hearing the voice, Black Sword did not even turn his head. His tone was flat. I ran into some trouble. Is the rope ready? It was ready 5 minutes ago. You can slide down to Shield District if you follow it. The old man who had just appeared on the rock lay on the edge and stretched out his hand to pull out a similar thin rope. You got yourself covered in wounds again. The old man saw Black Sword's disheveled appearance and frowned. Didn't you say that you were just going back to Heroic Spirit Palace to get something? The old man's words came to an abrupt halt. He saw Thales standing beside Black Sword. The old man's mouth opened wide in surprise. Thales blinked and flashed an awkward smile. He raised his hand and waved reluctantly. Hello, Mr. Ramon. Ramon, the Brotherhood's Black Doctor and suspected inheritor of magic, who was supposed to be in Heroic Spirit Palace and Constellation's diplomat group, was now holding onto the rock wall in a daze and staring at the Prince of Constellation in shock. Thales' heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. This is bad. Is Black Sword here to save Ramon? Ramon knew his own identity very well. And he's definitely not on good terms with me. Him. As expected, Ramon's first reaction was to point at Thales and turn to Black Sword. His face was full of disbelief. Why did you bring this guy here? Thales shrugged. There was no emotion on his calm smiling face. However, his brain was in a state of panic and thought continuously. What should I do? If Black Sword knows that I'm a Jade Star, if he really was, then he definitely wouldn't be so unresponsive. Thales clenched his fists. I can't gamble on his attitude. The strange doctor sighed. Ramon covered his head and looked like he was about to cry. He's like an eternal oil barrel. He'll explode at the slightest touch. How are we supposed to escape now that you've kidnapped him? You know him. Black Sword grabbed a triangular metal buckle from beside him and seized the time to test the hanging rope. His expression was the same as usual. Who is he? He's, at that moment, Dr. Ramon. Thales suddenly spoke. He seemed to be very happy. Ramon raised his eyebrows. When he thought of Thales' mind-reading ability, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. However, Thales' next sentence caused his expression to change drastically. Speaking of which, I just found out about the history of Soul Tower yesterday, Thales said with a smile. I was about to tell you about it. It turns out that Soul Tower was established after the Battle of Survival during the era of multiple kings. A wizard named Ili Shinue. Ramon widened his eyes in shock. While Black Sword had yet to turn his head, Thales winked at him, pointed at his head with a threatening expression, and crossed his arms. Ramon was stunned. Soul Tower is a twin tower located in a place called Tripping Peninsula. There seems to be a huge research branch in it called the Seat of All Magic. Maybe we should find a time to sit down and have a good chat. Ramon's eyes widened and his hands trembled slightly. Thales shook his head firmly at him. He only hoped that the strange doctor would understand what he meant. Of course, it's best if we keep it a secret. Soul Tower. Black Sword narrowed his eyes and turned around. He's in the same field as you. Ramon snapped out of his daze. He looked at the nonchalant and energetic Thales, then at Black Sword, who was moving his hands non-stop. This guy, he's... Ramon's expression darkened. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Black Sword and could not help but stop talking. The youngest son of a suzerain in Heroic Spirit Palace. He's interested in magic. Nowadays, it's not easy to meet a noble who knows about and is not averse to magic. Ramon rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I plan to rely on his resources for a long time after he grows up. Thales heaved a sigh of relief and felt at ease. He had experienced Black Sword's perceptive abilities. He did not dare to move at all. He only sighed silently in his heart. Magic? Black Sword did not care about their quarrel, nor did he ask in detail. So, this is the reason why Asda kidnapped him. This sentence seemed to freeze the already cold air. Asda, him. Ramon's expression changed drastically. He looked around. This is Ekstet, Dragon Cloud City. You met the air mystic. I was just greeting him, Black Sword said nonchalantly. Speaking of which. After Black Sword installed the metal buckle, he pulled the rope hanging down. With a cold expression, he drew out the small red sword from his waist and tossed it to Ramon. This is the weapon lance found in Azure Ambition. I almost let that monster eat it. Other than scaring people, it's useless. How is that possible? Ramon dodged the tip of the sword in a flurry. He held up the small red sword, his eyes filled with doubt. Could it be that the lady boss also made a mistake? It's a fake. Maybe. Now that I think about it, we were too confident. Black Sword furrowed his brows. After all, it's a legendary anti-mystic equipment with strange powers that conceal mystics. It's too childish to leave it in the underground mezzanine of Azure Ambition. We can only think of other ways. But the Lady Boss said in her letter that this is the only legendary anti-mystic equipment we can find. Ramon scratched his head. The other equipment is firmly in the hands of the various countries. Can you still kill your way into the army and snatch the kingdom's wrath motionless bow? Or go to the 38th century ground and steal the Raven of Death's crossbow of time? Black Sword's expression darkened. He shook his head. We'll talk about this in the future. Now, we have to leave quickly. Thales saw the small red sword. No one knew that the moment Black Sword drew the small red sword, Thales only felt a burning sensation in his heart. At the edge of the cliff, when he watched Black Sword draw it out, that strange familiar feeling came again. Thales stared at the small red sword in a daze. What's going on? According to them, this should be a fake legendary anti-mystic equipment. At this moment, Black Sword suddenly raised his head. He looked at the sky above his head and his expression became extremely terrifying. Black Sword lowered his head, grabbed Ramon and Thales, and pushed them down the rope. Let's go. Ramon's face paled. How, go? Black Sword's words suddenly sped up. His tone was filled with anxiety. He found us. Thales was stunned. He realized what Black Sword meant. Him. Ramon shuddered violently. Even in such a heavy snowstorm and such a long distance. Black Sword wrapped the rope around Ramon's waist and tied him and Thales together without any explanation. I underestimated a mystic's ability. Thales furrowed his brows. Damn it, I still haven't completely escaped from Asda. I'll stop him, Black Sword said coldly. But... Ramon's face was filled with panic. He wanted to say something. Take him with you. Black Sword shoved the slide buckle into Ramon's hand. Without waiting for Ramon's pale face to react, Black Sword lifted his leg without warning. Go down first. Wait. We. Ramon raised his eyebrows and looked at Thales in disbelief. But before he could finish his sentence, Black Sword kicked him off the cliff. Damn it, you. Black Sword. Damn it. Amidst Ramon's indignant cry, Thales once again experienced the feeling of weightlessness. He continued to slide with Ramon. Thales took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was clearly not Ramon's first time doing this. Even though he was exasperated and cursed, he still skillfully controlled the slide buckle in his hand and slid down safely with Thales. They had just slid down more than 10 meters when the clear sound of swords clashing against each other rang above their heads, along with the rapid sound of air currents. Damn it. As they slid down, Ramon looked worriedly above his head. He lowered his head and said fiercely, Listen up, kid. Before you return to Heroic Spirit Palace, you must tell me about Soul Tower. Then, stay as far away from me as possible. You're practically a manure picker. Every day, you encounter new kinds of filthy things, hey. Without Black Sword by his side, Thales was relieved. He grabbed the rope and protested in dissatisfaction, Is this how you describe your savior? Anne. How did you escape from the palace? Savior. Ramon's expression changed. Come on, you cunning brat who is full of lies. Ramon thought of something and said in exasperation, You still want to lie to me that you can read minds? Thales' expression froze. How did you know? I'm not an idiot. The strange doctor's face was filled with disgust. When you asked me about magic that day, I already guessed it. In their field of vision, the area beneath them was getting closer. This seemed to be one of the more dilapidated areas in Dragon Cloud City. Even though they could only see the roofs and streets, they could still clearly see the messy layout and dilapidated appearance of the area. Finally, they landed safely behind a small house and stepped on the bumpy stone ground that was unique to Dragon Cloud City. Thales relived the sense of security when his feet landed on solid ground. A sense of relief welled up in his heart. You know. Thales pulled himself away from the rope. His thoughts churned as he said nonchalantly, Black Sword can't stop him. It's best if we run first. Don't worry about Black Sword. That guy definitely won't die. Ramon pulled off the rope and nodded in agreement. But I agree with what you said. The two of them reached a consensus. Without looking back, they scrambled to be the first to run. They ran up the empty street. As long as we run into the patrol team. Thales panted and gritted his teeth. At least we can inform Putre and the others. But before they could run far, they heard a loud noise behind them. Asterisk bang. Asterisk snowflakes filled the air behind them. Thales and Ramon were both shocked. They looked at each other. Not daring to look back, they only ran faster and faster along the street. They ran for a whole 3 minutes. Along the way, they woke up quite a number of residents. The window of a house behind them opened. A man yawned and stuck his head out curiously. A dog from a resident's house on the left was woken up from its slumber and barked at them maliciously. A woman's cursing came from the house in front of them. A basin of water was splashed out of a 2-story house on the upper left in anger. A wine bottle was thrown out of a shop with a sign on the right behind them. The two of them did not care. They just kept running until they were out of breath. Thales had traversed many streets and alleys in the past. He was not slow when he ran on the chaotic streets. However, a child's physical strength was limited. Although Ramon was an adult, he did not usually exercise. He would start panting after just a few steps. Add to that the poor visibility in the wee hours of the morning, and they inevitably slowed down. Finally, an urgent order came from the front. What's with the footsteps in front? Follow me. Team 3 and Team 4, go patrol the street on the left. You must meet up every 5 minutes. Once you meet up, you must send a messenger to report. Team 6 and Team 9, immediately go to the place where the sound came from to investigate. It should be under the cliff of the sky. If any team members, soldiers, or residents report that they are missing, if you encounter any suspicious person, do not let them go. But the first priority is to report back safely. The higher-ups have given the order. If you encounter any inexplicable things or people, these are their exact words, immediately fire a signal arrow. There seems to be quite a number of people. A glimmer of hope rose in Thales' heart. Ramon's face turned pale. He seemed a little nervous. It's okay, Thales comforted him. As long as I reveal my identity, but at this moment, 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the alley beside them. Chapter 169. The 2 hands that stretched out from the alley covered their mouths with a strength that could not be resisted. Flames shone brightly. At least a dozen patrols hurried past the street outside. Orders rang out one after another, one after the other. Thales and Ramon struggled with all their might. However, the other party only lightly tapped their necks a few times, and they lost the strength to speak. Ramon widened his eyes and saw the person in front of him clearly under the dim moonlight. It was Black Sword who brought up the rear for them. With a pale face, Black Sword covered their mouths and pressed them against the walls of the alley. Until the patrols left. Thales sighed in his heart. Go. Black Sword let go of their mouths and said weakly, Asda is right behind us. Thales felt nervous again. Black Sword did not wait for them to answer. He dragged them out of another alley. I've attracted at least 3 patrols. I don't know how long we can hold him back, but at least we can attract Dragon Cloud City's attention. Black Sword touched the wall and panted as he led the way. We're going through the alley. I suspect that Asda is searching for us from the sky. Thales thought of something. No. The 2 men from the Brotherhood turned their heads at the same time. Thales raised his head and frowned at Black Sword and Ramon. He doesn't need to search for us from the sky. What? Black Sword did not stop. He furrowed his brows. Thales remembered what Asda had told him in the chess room in Red Street Market. The air mystic can sense all the air flow in an entire street. For example, Thales gritted his teeth and said, "Our breathing. He can track us through this." At this moment, Black Sword, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Even Thales and Ramon became nervous. At this moment, Thales suddenly realized that strangely, there was no sound coming from behind him, where Asda and the patrol team should have met. "What's going on? It's not just your breathing." A familiar and pleasant male voice that made Thales' skin crawl came from the front. "All the air flow in your body is a beacon, it's as bright as a lamp in the dark." Ramon shuddered and took a step back. Black Sword lowered his body solemnly and got into a stance that he was ready to charge. Thales sighed and looked at the entrance of the alley in front of him. Asda Sakern slowly walked out from the corner like a ghost. "Child, you are really disobedient." Asda ignored Black Sword and Ramon. He only stared straight at Thales. The coldness in his eyes became even more frightening. "I have to admit that your little tricks, along with this stinky cockroach, have indeed caused me some trouble." Ramon's expression was unpleasant. He took another step back and looked around. Black Sword was still at the forefront. He calmly placed his hand on the strange sword at his waist. "That's because you're not very friendly." Thales exhaled and clenched his fists. This was a residential area. Would it help if he shouted now? Or would he kill those people who came out to watch the show? "Oh, no. I'm already very friendly." Asda shook his head. He seemed to be in a stable mood. "But you forced me, so I could only use some rough methods." Thales narrowed his eyes. He realized that there was something wrong with Asda's words. As expected, Asda crooked his finger. Behind him, a small figure floated out. A figure that kept sobbing. Thales' pupils shrank. No, it was a scruffy girl wearing glasses. About 8 or 9 years old. Under Asda's control, she floated in the air and occasionally let out a terrified tremble. "Damn it!" Thales stared at the girl in disbelief. The girl's glasses were tilted to one side. She watched in horror and panic as she floated in the air. However, the moment she saw Thales, it was as if she had found a life-saving straw. "It's him. It's that boy." The girl extended her small, childish hand to Thales, revealing the bruises on her wrist. Tears of grievance flowed out of her eyes. She cried out loud. As he listened to the girl's cries, Thales took a deep breath. He lifted his gaze. With a complicated and indescribable feeling, he looked at the girl who was trembling in fear and sobbing in fear. "Little rascal." Thales clenched his fists. "That girl. Saroma Walton. Little rascal. Come back to me quickly. Don't be at odds with me anymore. Unless..." Asda said softly and hooked his finger. "Do you want to see this little maid die?" Little rascal, who was in the air, suddenly flipped over. Her head was facing downwards. Thales held his breath. At that moment, Little Rascal was so frightened that she stopped crying. She just floated listlessly, sobbing in extreme fear and trembling. Even Black Sword furrowed his brows. Thales clenched his teeth. "I know you won't go with me willingly." Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He chuckled. "So I took some precautions." Little Rascal, who was in the air, turned around again. The girl was already scared out of her wits. Tears streamed down her face, and she could not even speak. "This is between us." Thales gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. She has nothing to do with this. He looked at the terrified gaze behind Little Rascal's glasses. Before his eyes, Little Rascal looked at the convulsing Alex, covered her mouth, and retreated in fear. He then thought of King Nuvan holding Little Rascal's hand tightly and placing a black ring on it. He thought of Little Rascal's trembling hand when he pulled the girl away in the Hall of Heroes. She did not know anything at all. She was not prepared for anything. She was forced to face all of this. Of course, Asda said slowly and smiled. I noticed that when we were at Red Street Market, you cared a lot about your companion, didn't you? Then let's see if you care about this companion as much as I do. The scene from a long time ago appeared before Thale's eyes. Quide, who was grinning hideously, lifted Coria. He picked up the red-hot silver coin with one hand, laughed heartily, and pressed it against the beggar's face. Coria. Her struggle then. Her expression then. Her cries then. Thales sucked in a breath weakly and looked at Little Rascal. If I go with you, Thales said weakly, you'll let her go. No. Asda's smile slowly disappeared. He said expressionlessly, I'll keep her. Her fate will depend on your performance. Thales held his breath. Your previous actions have disappointed me, the air mystic said coldly. This is a punishment for your uncooperative attitude. Do not forget my seriousness because of my friendliness. Mystics are not existences that you can toy with at will. Do not offend the strong easily. Asda looked at him profoundly. There was an underlying meaning in his words. Unless you become equally powerful. Do you understand? Thales shuddered. He looked at the helpless Little Rascal and thought of that day again. That day, Coria, who had a high fever and a sickly red face, cried and laughed at the helpless Thales in the 6th house. I'm not afraid, because Thales always has a way. However, the moment the silver coin was pressed against Coria's face, the sizzling sound of flesh boiling seemed to ring again. Thales closed his eyes and clenched his fists tighter. An inexplicable grief and indignation rose in his heart. Thales always has a way. I always have a way. Asda. Thales closed his eyes even tighter. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his trembling chest. You bastard. Don't be angry. Taking a hostage. Asda snorted coldly. I learned this trick from your friend in the Brotherhood. At this moment, Thales felt a tightness on his left shoulder. That girl. Black Sword sighed and placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Is she someone important to you? Thales did not speak. Asda frowned slightly. Thales looked up. Sir Black Sword. Thales shook his head. His gaze was firm. Please place your sword against my neck. Thales' words made Asda frown. Let's make a bet. My life or her life, which one is more important to him? Ah, child. Asda sighed regretfully. Guess what kind of punishment you will receive for saying this. Silence. Only Little Rascal's sobs remained in the air. Until that ordinary man broke the silence. Black Sword slowly forced a smile. He patted Thales' shoulder. Black Sword turned his head and looked at Asda. I say, don't listen to that guy, he's full of sh*t. Thales raised his head in confusion. Powerful. Black Sword drew his sword from his waist and said disdainfully, this arrogant immortal monster. Does he deserve to be called powerful? Asda's expression changed. He may seem powerful. But don't forget. Black Sword smiled from ear to ear. His tone was calm, as if the person before him was just an ordinary enemy. In this world, hiding your head and showing your tail in this vast and boundless world, trembling in fear for more than 600 years, I've fled for my life in fear in countless battles. Thales frowned. Asda's expression changed. Black Sword did not place his sword against Thales' neck like Thales had said. He took a step forward and looked at Asda. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The weak should be afraid. Black Sword stepped back and bent his knees. His eyes shone with a cold light. It's you. Calamities. Don't get me wrong. Thales did not speak. Blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Black Sword raised his sword and pointed it at Asda. Before you find this boy, monster, we haven't settled our score. The air mystic no longer smiled. Do you want my life? Black Sword taunted. Come and take it. You pitiful weakling. Asda narrowed his eyes. Blue light surged in his eyes. Little rascal slowly landed on the ground. Don't misunderstand, child, Asda replied calmly, your punishment will continue. After I kill this cockroach. The two of them stared at each other. It was as if this was the final duel. Thales held his breath. He quickly thought about how he could deal with the different outcomes of the duel. Although Thales was not optimistic about Black Sword. After all, the legendary anti-mystic equipment, at this moment, Ramon's cry of surprise came from behind. Thales turned his head abruptly. He saw Ramon standing a dozen steps away from them with his back facing them. It was as if he wanted to escape quietly. But at this moment, Ramon turned his head stiffly and looked at them. The strange doctor showed the greatest panic of his life. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. It was as if he had seen something terrible. Black Sword's expression changed, and he began to move. Black Sword no longer cared about the air mystic. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Ramon, who had encountered an unknown accident. Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Soon, Thales no longer had to wonder. The next moment, a loud noise was heard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' eyes were wide open. He watched as Ramon, who was still alive, before his eyes, exploded. The strange doctor, who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago, was instantly covered in blood, which scattered into countless pieces in all directions. Thales watched all of this in a daze. The force of the explosion stirred up waves of air and sent the walls on both sides of the alley flying. No! Black Sword roared. He moved past Thales, slashed a flying boulder, and rushed towards the place where Ramon exploded. Thales raised his hands with difficulty to block the flying bricks, wood, and stones. Black Sword rushed into the endless cloud of dust. The sounds of intense fighting came from inside, followed by Black Sword's deafening roar. After dozens of seconds, Black Sword's roar stopped abruptly. Thales watched all of this in a daze. He did not even notice when Asda walked to his side. Step back, the air mystic said coldly to Thales. Thales reacted. He turned around and rushed towards Little Rascal, who was trembling on the ground. It's okay now. Thales tried his best to comfort her, but his heart was filled with fear. He looked at the cloud of dust. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly. She gritted her teeth and sobbed. After a while, a delicate figure slowly walked out of the cloud of dust. The newcomer held a sword in her hand. Thales' pupils shrank. It was a strange pitch-black sword. Look, how dare you call us weaklings? The newcomer happily threw Black Sword's weapon away. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the strange black sword fell to the ground. This is what happened to him. The newcomer chuckled. No way. Thales stared at the strange sword on the ground in disbelief. Black Sword. He was just. The strange sword was still trembling. It was as if it was calling out to its departed master. The newcomer got closer and closer until she was completely out of the range of the cloud of dust. Thales' expression changed. He looked at the new uninvited guest with a frightened expression. It was a delicate young girl. She had a pleasant smile on her face. Thale's stomach churned. The newcomer evoked his most hated memory. I was wondering what it was that made our chi choose to evolve. The young girl chuckled, tilted her head, and looked at them playfully. It's all thanks to you evolving without hesitation that I could find this place so quickly. Asda took a step forward with an indifferent expression and blocked Thale's figure. It's been a long time, my dear partner. The air mystic's expression did not change. He calmly said to the young girl. Giza. I'll just tell you the title of the next chapter, Chapter 103, Chi and Blood. Chapter 170. Your Majesty, those constellations. On a high platform in heroic Spirit Palace, the Star Killer stood beside King Nuvan with his strange blade. They requested to look for their prince on their own. King Nuvan propped himself up on the high platform and narrowed his eyes as he looked down at his city. This is Dragon Cloud City that belongs to the Waltons. The king exhaled slowly. Let them go. King Nuvan's voice sounded a little tired. Maybe I can find my granddaughter on the way. Compared to the current situation, perhaps the Walton family is really secondary. King Nuvan sighed heavily. Nicholas nodded and turned to pass the order. Not long after, the Star Killer returned to the king's side. This time, his expression was solemn. The patrolling team has reported back. We have located the approximate location of the calamity. King Nuvan's expression changed. He turned to Nicholas, and his gaze regained its shrewdness and decisiveness. In Shield District, there were 2 teams that did not respond for more than half an hour. Then, their corpses were discovered. They had been reduced to pieces, the commander of the White Blade Guard said slowly. Shield District. King Nuvan pondered for a moment. Very well. The old king looked at Dragon Cloud City beneath him again and said flatly, turning people into pieces. Is there any information about that calamity that I need to know? There was silence. Then, a peaceful voice rang out. Yes, Your Majesty. Behind King Nuvan, the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan bowed her head respectfully. If possible, please evacuate Shield District and the bordering districts as soon as possible. If necessary, you may even evacuate the residents out of the city. Beside her, Nicholas took a deep breath. That much? King Nuvan frowned. I have to evacuate half of the city for a calamity. Please believe me, Your Majesty, Kalshan said slowly, her tone gentle. The price of half of Dragon Cloud City, it's better than the entire Dragon Cloud City. Thales grabbed Little Rascal tightly to prevent her from falling as she trembled in shock. What? What are those things? Who are they? Little Rascal's tears had dried up in shock. The remaining tear stains told of her misfortune. No matter what they are. I'm here, Thales said softly. Everything will be fine. However, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the 2 people in front of him. Especially the girl who stuck her head out of Asda's shadow and looked at him with a flowery smile. Child, I've said it before. Like a girl next door, Giza Streelman's eyes were filled with gentleness and pity. We will definitely meet again. Thales felt his hair stand on end. The explosion caused by Ramon's death had collapsed 2 walls and turned the alley into a circular flatland. Many of the residents in the surrounding area had been affected. Such a huge commotion could no longer be concealed. My God! My legs are pinned down. What happened? Help! Someone help me. Hurry up and find him. Where's the disciplinary officer? Did the house collapse? From time to time, injured civilians could be heard wailing in the ruins around them. More and more Northlanders woke up from their sleep and walked out of their houses. After recovering from their shock and panic, they went to help the injured. There were about 100 people. Who are you? A few Northlanders noticed the two mystics who were confronting each other. Puzzled, they approached them. What happened just now? Hey, young lady, did you see the explosion just now? In Thales's eyes, a short, sturdy, and older man approached them with a solemn expression. He first stared at the handsome Asda with a suspicious expression, then said to Giza, who had a subtle expression on her face, "Are you in trouble?" Thales's heart skipped a beat. But Giza and Asda still stood quietly, as if they did not hear the noise and clamor around them. It was as if they were the only two people in the world. "I'm glad to see that you've recovered, Giza," Asda said softly. "I heard some things about you from that child, and your attitude towards him. That's great." Giza flashed her usual gentle smile and clicked her tongue. "Then I don't have to repeat it again." Asda's expression was slightly cold. "Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between you two." Thales slowly gulped. He turned his head, looking for a chance to slip away, but he only saw more and more residents approaching. **T, Thales' heart froze. "Hey! Both of you! I don't know if you're quarreling or putting on a show in Dark Knight Temple." The short, sturdy man impatiently pointed at the injured all around them. "But right now, everyone needs help. It's best if you don't just stand there," but his voice was interrupted. A group of heavy footsteps came from afar. A team of patrolling soldiers came here with torches in their hands. They split into a formation and approached while vigilantly watching everyone on the street. Thales shuddered. Dragon Cloud City's patrolling team. But he glanced at the mystic who was still quietly confronting each other. They came at a bad time. Misunderstanding. Giza ignored the patrolling team that suddenly appeared. She shifted her gaze back to Asda, and her gaze was subtle. "Don't worry, the misunderstanding between me and that child will soon be resolved." The blood mystic licked her lips. "Very soon." Thales glanced at her feet. He did not know if it belonged to Ramon or Black Sword. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Asda's brows furrowed. He understood what the other party meant. "Everyone, quiet. Stand close to the street." At this moment, a rough voice came from the patrolling team. "In the name of the king, accept the disciplinary officer's inspection. Then, leave this place immediately." The civilians who were either helping the injured or watching in bewilderment all turned to look at the disciplinary officer with various emotions. "Do as I say." The disciplinary officer walked out from the team with a stern expression. "I'll say it again, hey, officer." The short, sturdy man who interrupted the mystic's conversation patted his chest in dissatisfaction and turned to the disciplinary officer. "We're all injured here. We need help. Are the lives of Shield District worthless?" Following his words, the civilians booed in unison. "You will receive the help you deserve, but Shield District must be evacuated as soon as possible." The disciplinary officer said impatiently, but then he paused and narrowed his eyes. "Wait, I recognize you. You're Big Leather Belt from the Glacier Sentinels, right?" The short, sturdy man nodded slightly with a stern expression. "We need help." The disciplinary officer recognized the short, sturdy man and his attitude became much better. He turned to his subordinates and waved. "All right, for your sake, go and help first. Save the injured. Then evacuate immediately." Only then did the civilians calm down. The disciplinary officer turned his head and frowned at Big Leatherbelt. "Where's Gleeward? He's the only one who can control these people. He was called away by a few officers just now. They said it was the king's order. I don't know if it's true." Big Leatherbelt glanced at the mystic who was confronting him. "Why did they evacuate?" "I don't know. It's the king's order." The disciplinary officer shook his head. We were also sent out urgently. Did you see any suspicious people? Suspicious people. We're in Shield District. Almost everyone we don't know. Big Leatherbelt paused. Surprise appeared on his face as he turned to the two mystics. There are. On Thale's side, the mystics were still conversing in their own world. This child. Do you know who he is? The air mystic asked slowly. Do you know what he means to us? Of course, I know very well who he is. Giza smiled. There was a hint of coldness in her voice. Move, Asda. Asda's body did not move at all. His expression became increasingly grim. I don't like to be ordered, Giza. *T. Thale's expression changed. Both of you. And those two children over there. The disciplinary officer brought a few soldiers forward and approached the mystics. Looking at their thin clothes, his face was full of suspicion. Where did they come from? What's going on? Giza turned her head and looked at the vigilant soldiers. She smiled sweetly. You, or me. We'll attract attention. Asda shook his head. Maybe we should keep a low profile. No, Thales observed Giza and Asda's expressions and movements. His heart trembled. All right, I'll do it then. Giza sighed. I'll collect some materials. Asda frowned slightly. Thale's heart sank. *T, go. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and shouted at the people who surrounded him, hurry up and leave. Everyone, get out of here. Report to Heroic Spirit Palace. Under the puzzled gazes of the disciplinary officer and Big Leatherbelt, a boy desperately dragged a shivering little girl and screamed at them in panic, it's dangerous here. But a young child's voice obviously could not stop the Northlanders' puzzlement and curiosity. What's wrong, child? The short and stout Big Leatherbelt came forward and glared at the expressionless Asda warily. What did this guy do to you? Thales stepped back and shook his head vigorously. No, you, young lady. At that moment, a rudely rude soldier reached out and grabbed Giza's arm. Don't just stand there, stand on the street. But the soldier immediately shuddered and fell abruptly, his arm twitching. Giza giggled beside his ear. Damn it, my arm. What did you do, lass? The surrounding soldiers looked at the fallen soldier and burst into laughter. You can't even catch a girl, Jason, it's time for you to retire. Asda's expression did not change. He looked at the poor soldier who touched Giza and then fell to the ground, his face red from ear to ear. His fate was already sealed. Attacking the patrol team. Very well, capture them. The disciplinary officer narrowed his eyes and paused for only a second before he said resolutely, send someone to report to the higher-ups. Thales sighed. He knew it was too late. The patrolling soldiers laughed and surrounded the two mystics. Giza turned to them and flashed the warmest smile. At that moment, Thales pressed little rascal to her knees and pulled the pitiful girl into his arms, blocking the girl's line of sight. Don't look. Thales' eyes were cold as he said softly. Little rascal trembled slightly. But she obediently buried her head in his arms. Don't listen. When the first scream was heard, Thales forced little rascal, who was still in shock and did not know what was going on, to cover her ears. No matter what, don't care. I'm here. At that moment, even Thales shut his eyes tightly, his chin resting on little rascal's hair. He knew what was going to happen. These people did not know what kind of fate they would face. It was too cruel. What's wrong with this girl? I can't catch her, first came the soldier's surprised questions. Ah. This girl is weird. She's hot. The sound of a few bodies falling to the ground reached Thales' ears again. Ah! My hand! My hand! A few unusual screams came one after another. Jason! Oh my God, he's melting. His blood. Under the panicked reminder from the man called Big Leatherbelt, the patrol team noticed that something was wrong. Oh my God. No. What the hell are you? Under the disciplinary officer's anxious orders, the soldiers unsheathed their weapons. King bitch. I don't care what sorcery you're using, King stop. Or else I swear I'll kill you. This was the disciplinary officer's furious roar. But the screams grew louder. My back, there's something moving on my back, it's moving. Robbie. Hang in there. Hang in there. I'm going to chop this thing off right now. Boss, hurry up and kill her. There was a loud explosion. Bang. Thales, who was holding Little Rascal tightly, shuddered. This was the sound of flesh and blood exploding again. This caused the surrounding commoners to cry out in fear and surprise. No! A heart-wrenching scream came. The body is moving on its own. Is that City's hand? Oh my God! It was accompanied by Giza's soft chuckle. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Kill her. This was the hysterical disciplinary officer. The sound of a sword cutting into flesh was heard. Then came the sound of a head falling to the ground. And Giza's gentle laughter. No, it's impossible. Her head, why is it still moving? Help. Boss. The thing sticking out of her body, monster, it's a monster. Oh my God. Don't go near that thing again. Step back. Everyone, step back. The man called Big Leatherbelt roared madly. Thales clenched his teeth and tried his best not to imagine everything around him. Little Rascal was in his arms. Even though she could not see or hear, she was trembling slightly. He had seen those nightmarish scenes in the birch tree forest in Constellation's northern territory. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. The disciplinary officer's voice finally began to tremble. Fear seized his brain and overpowered his courage. It was not just the patrol. Realizing that they were facing an unexplainable unknown and that the patrol could not control the situation, panic finally spread among the crowd. The people began to flee in terror. But it was too late. The sound of earth and rocks being broken could be heard. Watch out for the ground. What's coming out of the ground? Ah! Nina, don't worry about me. Take our son and run. Are these tree roots? I can't cut them. No, father, no. Don't. Stay away from me. Ah! Countless men and women cried out in fear. Boss! Boss! What do we do? These things are everywhere. As the soldiers screamed hysterically, the disciplinary officer's voice was drowned out. Thales shut his eyes tightly and bit his lower lip. His hands, which were holding Little Rascal, were trembling. The frantic footsteps gradually diminished. What replaced them were countless screams, countless sounds of being dragged, countless sounds of weapons falling to the ground, and countless cries of despair. Wait, where's the signal arrow? Fire the arrow and inform the higher-ups. Big Leatherbelt's voice came with difficulty. At the same time, there was the sound of him being dragged on the ground. The sound of the crossbow's mechanism rang out. However, in less than a second, a clanging sound came from the sky. The arrow can't be fired. It's like there's something in the air blocking them. It was the soldiers' panicked cries. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. The next moment, a cold male voice hummed in the air. Humph, Thales felt the air around him move. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a dozen crisp sounds came from both near and far, as if human bones had been crushed in an instant. The sound in his ears quieted down. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Occasionally, there was the sound of flesh being dragged, and even the creepy sound of rustling. It sounded like a beast feeding. Thales tried his best to suppress his trembling. Finally, everything around him returned to silence. You said you don't want to, in the end, you still interfered. The blood mystic's languid female voice rang out. How boring. Strangely, Giza's voice sounded as if it came from underground. What answered her was Asda's faint, cold snort. Thales exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, his surroundings were extremely clean. There was no blood, no corpses, no disgusting severed limbs. Of course, there was not a single living person. There were only weapons all over the ground, shoes that had fallen off, collapsed walls, and shattered ground. It was as if everyone had run away in that instant. Thales panted softly. He turned his head and felt his stomach churn. He saw Giza's torso slowly pick up her head, which was still smiling, from the ground. Then, she placed it gently and straightened it. The blood mystic touched the joint between her neck and shoulder. The bloody wound instantly disappeared without a trace. You look brand new. Giza noticed his gaze and smiled at him. Thales gritted his teeth. At that moment, Thales dared to let go of Little Rascal and let her open her eyes. Little Rascal looked at the strangely clean street around her and shuddered. Asda shook his head and said, I may have blocked the transmission of signal arrows and sound, but with so many people missing, they will find out sooner or later. Are you afraid? The blood mystic smiled. Asda did not say a word. He turned around indifferently and walked towards Thales. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. His mind was frantically thinking about how to escape. No, from what he saw, it was a possibility to save his life. Wait, Giza said gently. Asda stopped and his expression turned cold. Leave that boy. The blood mystic lifted her gaze and looked at Thales. Then, we will still be good friends. What do you say? Thales shuddered. The air mystic was silent for a moment. Asda turned to Giza and said slowly, the Soul Slayer Pike and Severing Soul's Blade are both in the city. Even if you fight with your physical body, you will not be able to withstand the Soul Slayer Pike's power. We'd better escape quickly. Oh. The blood mystic shook her head slowly. You deliberately lured the patrols here, Giza enunciated slowly and calmly, just to use this reason to force me to leave. To protect your precious boy. It really makes me sad. Partner. Hearing this, Asda sighed. For some reason, Thales felt that the air mystic's tone was sorrowful at that moment. Have you forgotten the original intention of our cooperation, Giza? For some reason, Thales felt that the air mystic's tone was sorrowful at that moment. The three of us worked together, whether it was my plan, Frolan's ideals, or your persistence, wasn't it all so that the mystics could one day be free from that shackle? The blood mystic snorted softly. What happened 12 years ago has long since proved how childish and laughable your thoughts are. Giza lifted her head to look at the moon in the sky that was moving westward. She sneered and said, it doesn't matter if it's you or Froland. Thales shuddered violently. 12 years ago. Why 12 years ago again? Could it be that the mystics were also involved in the bloody year? Thales could not help but recall what Black Sword said to Asda. When you went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, and, Thales subconsciously tightened his arms around Little Rascal again. Blood Bottle Gang is the result of the cooperation between the Air and Blood Mystic. But based on their conversation, there seems to be a third person. Who is Froland? Asda heaved a deep sigh. Very well, then we can go our separate ways from now on. After all, we went our separate ways before the war. This is your choice. The outcome of that year was indeed unable to convince you. The air mystic's expression darkened. But what does this have to do with this boy? Asda raised his head, his eyes sparkling. You must have a reason to kill him, right? Of course. This time, Giza answered readily. His bloodline. I made a promise a long time ago. A bloodline that must be killed. Asda turned his gaze and glanced at Thales. Do you know his mother? Thales suddenly tightened his grip on little rascal's hand. But this time, Giza flashed a gentle smile. Why don't you take a guess? This reason cannot convince me, Asda said coldly. The blood mystic sighed slowly. All right, and one more thing. I don't want him to suffer like we did, to suffer all sorts of torture. Thales' face paled. Suffer. This reason still cannot convince me, Asda repeated stubbornly, his expression darkening. Don't worry, I only want his life. Giza smiled and shook her head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, 6 blood-red thorny tree roots suddenly shot out from the ground around Thales and stabbed towards the Prince of Constellation from all directions. *T. Thales was startled. He could not react at all. Thud. Thud. The 6 tree roots stopped abruptly a few inches away from Thales. They were blocked outside by a transparent barrier. Asda raised the light ball in his left hand and stared at the blood mystic. Blue light flashed in his eyes. Don't, Giza, he whispered. Thales panted in shock as he stared at the terrifying thorns in front of him. Giza chuckled again. The tree roots moved as if they were alive. But 3 seconds later, the words she spat out caused Asda's expression to change drastically. What exactly is chi? The blood mystic said slowly, something that flows, fills, and exists everywhere. Or is it something that sustains, maintains, and is as light as nothing? What does the existence of chi represent? What will the disappearance of chi bring? Giza said nonchalantly. Is chi pure, or is it a mixture of all things? Is chi permanent, or is it ever-changing? Are you chi? Or is chi a part of you? For the first time in his life, Thales watched in horror as Asda Sakurn's face began to contort. What is chi? Thales' heart skipped a beat. Then, he remembered what Asda said to him in shock. The first pact of mystic energy. Do not investigate each other. He stared at Giza in disbelief. No way. She's. The blue light in the air mystic's eyes grew brighter. Why? Shouldn't you be more familiar with the 3 great covenants that Taurus bestowed upon you than with your own name? The blood mystic's words made Thales' skin crawl. Little puppy Asda. In the next moment, without waiting for Asda to react, Giza opened her mouth like a beast and slowly raised her head. At that moment, Thales felt something gush out of her body. In his field of vision, Giza's red light grew brighter. A bright, blood-red line appeared on Giza's neck and gradually spread to her face. The blood-red line immediately split into several branches and slowly became thicker, like blood vessels, until it covered Giza's face. The blood-red lines seemed to have a life of their own. They slowly changed, moved, and trembled on Giza's face. It was as if they were breathing. Asda's expression changed. He walked to Thales' side and glanced at the Prince of Constellation with a frown. What? Thales opened his mouth awkwardly, but the moment he spoke, he was interrupted. Don't say anything, Asda said coldly. When I tell you to run later, run. Don't look back, don't stop. Thales stared at Asda in surprise. He could only nod helplessly. Judging from his tone, even Asda doesn't have the confidence to protect me. Little rascal curled up in Thales' arms and trembled. Giza, whose face was covered in blood-red lines, took a deep breath, as if she had just woken up from the most beautiful dream. She grinned, and there was madness in her eyes. Her originally gentle and pleasant smile turned into the most beautiful, terrifying, and enraged laugh. Ah! The blood mystic seemed to have opened the valve that controlled her emotions. She tilted her head and laughed without any scruples. It feels so good after so long. Asda stared at her solemnly. You're taking a risk by evolving at this time and in this place. Why? You don't dare to evolve. The blood mystic smiled beautifully. That's true. After all, you're a coward. Little puppy Asda, let's play a game, shall we? Asda's eyebrows sank. The blood mystic pointed at Thales, then raised her arms and shouted while laughing maniacally, if I can't kill him every minute, then I'll continue evolving. There's no limit. Chapter 171. The moment Giza raised her arms, Thales felt the ground shake. Asterisk boom. Asterisk and the next second, the blood mystic rose from the ground. No, it should be said that a gigantic blood-red tentacle with a diameter of 2 people broke through the ground, rose from the ground, and lifted Giza up by force. It lifted her 7 or 8 stories high. Asterisk splat. Asterisk then, with the sound of flesh bursting, the gigantic tentacle exploded into countless smaller tentacles. They extended a terrifying surface area and stretched in all directions. Each tentacle seemed to have a life of its own as it slithered forward. A few seconds later, the blood-red tentacles trembled simultaneously, and covered the sky as they slithered towards Thales. There were hundreds of them. The tentacles covered almost his entire field of vision, even the moon was obscured. Thales looked at the scene before him with a pale face, while little rascal grabbed him in a daze. She had long since been scared out of her wits. Asda opened his mouth and roared, "Run! Run!" Thales shuddered, grabbed little rascal, and turned to run. He gritted his teeth. Just like Asda said, he did not care, did not turn his head, and just ran forward. Giza's maniacal and delighted laughter came from behind him. Thales had just taken 2 steps when he heard a loud bang behind him. A gust of air rushed towards him uncontrollably. Then, there was another loud bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in another direction, the air swirled up countless rocks and snow, sweeping them away. Thales' heart skipped a beat. *T. This is the situation when the air wall is forcefully broken. Bang! 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 The loud bangs came one after another. The airflow became more turbulent and chaotic. Obviously, Asda's air wall was being broken again and again. At that moment, Thales felt a weight on his hand, little rascal fell to the ground. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Before he could react, the 2 of them, who were a beat slower, felt a wave of darkness attack them. Countless tentacles attacked from the sky behind them, covering their heads like a huge bowl. Then, they blocked their way forward. In the darkness, Thales gasped. He had just pulled little rascal up when he heard the sound of flesh scraping against each other from all directions. In his field of vision, the tentacles glowing with red light attacked him from all angles. Little rascal hugged him tightly and cried out in surprise. No. Was there no more chance? In despair, Thales touched his waist and felt for JC's dagger. At that moment, the tentacles around Thales trembled at the same time. His field of vision was filled with red light. Suddenly, spots of blue light diffused from the red light. the tentacles stopped in their tracks. Bang! Bang! Paw! Strange explosions rang out one after another. In the next second, a ray of moonlight appeared in the darkness. It grew bigger and brighter until it dispersed the tentacles' concealment. Bang! Pop! Bang! Bang! Paw! Thales watched in shock as the hundreds of blood-red tentacles around him exploded from the inside one after another. Countless blood mists and fragments burst out. In the blink of an eye, over 100 tiny tentacles exploded from their roots. The gigantic tentacle that was connected to the blood mystic's body was also undulating internally. A large hole appeared on the surface of the tentacle, and countless drops of blood spilled out. Giza laughed heartily and gently stroked the tentacle beneath her. Immediately, the tentacles and limbs that were scattered due to the explosion struggled violently and began to change shape. Some of the larger limbs grew into countless appendages and legs, like spiders or scorpions. The smaller limbs extended their length and resembled tadpoles or snakes. Some of the limbs even shrank into a round ball and began to roll like the tires of his previous life. What they had in common was that the moment they changed shape, they ran, crawled, or rolled towards Thales and Little Rascal in various ways. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched the hundreds of strange-looking little animals chase after him with twisted bodies. He turned his head and ran for his life while tears streamed down his face. I really have trypophobia. Little Rascal seemed to understand the severity of the situation. She gritted her teeth and followed Thales' pace. However, they could not outrun the little animals. Soon, a monster with 6 legs, 1 eye, and 2 claws leaped to their side. Thales immediately had goosebumps all over his body when he saw it from the corner of his eye. However, in the next second, the monster suddenly shuddered and exploded like the tentacles before it. It was not the only one. Countless of its kind behind it exploded at the same time, spraying blood all over the place. Blood drenched Thales and Little Rascal's faces. However, before Thales could rejoice, he suddenly felt the blood on his head and face begin to move as if it had a life of its own. Like countless tadpoles, they became active and trembled on the surface of his skin. F***ck. Disgust and fear flashed through Thales' heart at the same time. Fortunately, in the next moment, an unprecedented gust of wind assaulted them and lifted them into the air. *whoosh. The wind seemed to have a mind of its own. It went everywhere and forcefully scraped off the blood that belonged to Giza from the surface of their bodies. Thales and Little Rascal fell to the ground again, battered and exhausted. The gust of wind grew stronger and stronger. With a rumble, it blew away countless houses and swept towards Giza, breaking her newly grown tentacles, scattering them, and exploding them from the inside out in the air. Thales did not stop. He immediately pulled Little Rascal up, and with the help of the wind, he ran forward with all his might. Run! He panted heavily. The fluctuation in his body had been activated for a long time. Because of this, Thales held Little Rascal's hand and ran for a while from time to time, in case she ran out of stamina. Run! He gritted his teeth. He knew that everything related to blood and living things behind him could become a weapon to kill him. He could only run. This was a desperate run for survival. Finally, Thales and Little Rascal ran out of the street and saw living people again. The Northlanders on the other street seemed to have heard the loud tremors and noises. Many of them ran out to see what was going on. Some of them saw Thales running wildly and discussed among themselves. Thales wanted to yell and ask them to run. However, he was already panting from running with Little Rascal. He no longer had the strength to speak. He could only subconsciously continue running. They returned to the street Thales had just escaped from. After the gust of wind subsided, a figure hovered in the air. The air mystic appeared expressionlessly in the air. His eyes shone with blue light and his face flowed with blue light, as if his face was cracked. He silently confronted the blood mystic on the tentacles. However, the intensity, brightness, and frequency of the blue light flowing on his face were even greater than when he faced Black Sword. Ha ha ha. The blood mystic seemed to be very happy. She laughed and said to Asda, "Look, evolution isn't that difficult, is it? You're right. Evolution has improved the finesse of my control." The air mystic's words were emotionless. His tone was flat, but he had no intention of replying to Giza. And air is indeed everywhere. For example, the insides of all living things. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant tentacle beneath Giza burst open with countless small holes from the inside out. It shriveled up. "You don't have any more blood to use," the air mystic said coldly. "Give up. How about it?" The blood mystic laughed and landed on the ground. "No blood." Giza's words became more casual, and the tone of her laughter became stranger. "No blood." Once she finished speaking, her eyes brightened. The blood lines on her face became more prominent than before. They began to tremble more frequently and extended into countless smaller branches. "Continue evolving." The blue light in Asda's eyes shone brighter, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "You're really crazy." In the next moment, Giza laughed wantonly. The ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked, and endless tremors spread. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the crack extended for nearly 100 meters, and the ground slowly bulged. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with Giza as the center, a giant monster that was dozens of meters tall burst out of the ground with a loud bang. Dirt, stones, and snow rolled off its body. The giant monster completely covered a circumference of 100 meters. As Giza laughed softly, the monster split into dozens of limbs that were comparable to the tentacle just now and plunged them into the ground. It was like an old tree taking root. It also looked like a gigantic, blood-red octopus. If Thales had turned around, he would have recognized that this was the terrifying, multi-headed snake in the birch tree forest. However, compared to its previous appearance, it was a dozen times bigger. The multi-headed snake's tentacles continued to penetrate the ground, its limbs twitching violently. Soon after, the ground trembled, and the tremors extended endlessly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk soon, in the streets and the city hundreds of meters away, several terrifying, giant tentacles burst out of the ground. One of them appeared on the street that Thales had just run to. Thales stared at the giant tentacle, which trembled as if it had sprouted from the ground. The residents around him cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. But their luck was clearly very bad. In the next second, the giant tentacle split into countless smaller tentacles. Like a ferocious beast hunting its prey, it mercilessly and swiftly reached out to all living things around it. All life. Thales, whose scalp was numb, did not even turn around. He continued to run for his life with Little Rascal. In his heart, he was crying out in grief with all his might. What is this? The blood mystic in the past was not like this. Amidst the loud noise, countless civilian screams, cries of pain, cries for help, and desperate cries came one after another like demonic sounds. No. Ah. What is this? Help. Cut it off. Cut it, Irk. Mom. Run. Hurry. Damn it, you damn. Ah. Let me go. In a few streets, countless people were swept up by the small tentacles. They were pulled towards the giant tentacle, which served as its root, and fused into the horrifying flesh and blood. Even animals like cats and dogs were not spared. Even birds, insects, trees, and flowers. No matter what it was, their voices, just like their lives, stopped abruptly after entering the flesh and blood of the tentacles. No, no, Thales clenched his teeth tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks continuously. The tragic scenes before his eyes stimulated his emotions in a way that exceeded his tolerance limit. Little Rascal only lowered her head. She did not look around, behind, or around her. She cried as she ran. She cried as she ran. A few tentacles stretched towards them, but Thales was on the verge of collapse. He did not even have the thought of dodging. There were only a few air currents and air walls that followed them like shadows, firmly blocking these terrifying predators. Asda floated quietly in the air. Everything in the air told him that something was happening in this huge city. No blood. On the other side, the blood mystic smiled like a flower at the expressionless air mystic. I am an entire city's worth of flesh and blood. How can there be no blood? With the injection of fresh life, the Hydra's body became stronger and larger. The tentacle that was closest to Thales suddenly trembled, and more tentacles erupted from it to attack him. The air mystic turned his eyes, which shone brightly, and swept a glance in the direction of Thales, who was running wildly in the distance and could barely be seen. He immediately turned his head back. The blue light on his body slowly turned from lines to stars. It was like a dazzling star. Asda's words became calmer and more indifferent. Life must rely on air. The air mystic slowly raised a hand. If there is no air, how can life survive? Giza's smiling face slowly darkened. Asda suddenly clenched his fist. At that moment, Thales, who was in the distance, only felt that a circle had appeared around him. In his field of vision, it was as if he and Little Rascal were suddenly contained in a transparent sphere made of blue light. In the next second, Thales was horrified to see that everything around him was different. First, all the sounds around him disappeared. Then, the snow on the ground began to boil at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it was not just the snow. Everything in front of them was slowly emitting steam, and boiling. A man beside them suddenly grabbed his neck, as if he was having difficulty breathing. He desperately opened his mouth, trying to inhale air. Steam came out of his eyes and mouth, scattering rapidly. 10 seconds later, the man collapsed weakly. His body began to swell. Thales and Little Rascal stared blankly at everything in front of them. They realized that the snow and items around them were still normal. What's going on? Little Rascal asked fearfully. Thales shook his head, dumbfounded. With his knowledge, he could not understand such a situation at all. He raised his head and saw that countless residents around him had all fallen to the ground at the same time. Red steam came out of their bodies, and their bodies began to swell. Even those terrifying tentacles were emitting steam as they struggled, and soon fell to the ground. Thales felt chills run down his spine. He subconsciously grabbed Little Rascal and continued to run forward. In his eyes, the blue sphere around them was like a layer of protective membrane, protecting him and Little Rascal from being harmed by the unknown, terrifying situation in the outside world. In the silent, treacherous world, Thales ran past countless people who had fallen to the ground. Some of their bodies were as swollen as the man just now, but most of them were obviously dead. When they died, their bodies returned to normal size, but their skin was tightly attached to their bones. They looked like dried corpses that had been dead for a long time. At that moment, Thales felt an extreme chill in his heart. His instincts told him that there was no longer anyone alive in this district. With his trembling hand, he squeezed Little Rascal's hand tightly. The latter was also in a daze, and subconsciously followed Thales. They ran past countless corpses of different shapes and postures, but all of them had died in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and wiped away the tear stains on his face, holding back the second wave of tears in his eyes. Thales knew that these people, these men and women's deaths, were all because of him. He was the one who brought death and disaster. Thales shook his head abruptly, trying to push everything out of his heart. Trying to think of nothing. Out of his wits, terrified, and filled with fear, he only had one goal left in his mind. Run. Run. The further, the better. In the silent world, the air mystic floated quietly in the air. He watched coldly as the blood mystic and her pet fell to the ground, trembling and boiling. The blood in Giza's body was continuously evaporating. But the blood mystic still forced herself to smile at him. In the next second, the blood veins on Giza's body grew vigorously again. It was as if her entire body was enveloped in blood. The gigantic tentacle beneath her suddenly moved. Countless pieces of flesh retracted. The gigantic hydra, which was hundreds of meters long, rapidly shrank into a tiny, strange, dark creature. It extended smaller but extremely sturdy tentacles, which now looked more like black bone spurs. The air mystic was still expressionless, but his eyebrows twitched slightly. He still clenched his right hand tightly, and the blue light on his face flickered more and more rapidly. Suddenly, the creature shot out 3 fine bone spurs, which pierced through Asda's figure. Asda's body flashed with blue light, and he swayed. The air mystic's right hand loosened. At that moment, as if an infinite force had suddenly descended, the entire shield district exploded with a loud bang. Asterisk boom. Asterisk all the houses, the ground, and everything around Thales exploded, as if they were suddenly slapped by a palm. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and debris flew everywhere. Many of them tried to attack Thales and Little Rascal, but they were blocked by the blue sphere. At that moment, Thales felt as if the entire Dragon Cloud City had been shaken by a giant, and then exploded. He and Little Rascal both fell to the ground. But then, Thales realized that everything before his eyes had returned to normal. First, at the moment of the explosion, the sound seemed to have returned. The snow no longer evaporated, and the shriveled corpses began to return to normal. Thales gasped for air, still in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Asda and Giza were. But he could not see anything. Little Rascal trembled and tugged at his sleeve. Thales turned his head and saw Little Rascal staring blankly in front of them. The street, which was dozens of meters long, was littered with corpses. There were hundreds of them. Thales knew that more corpses might be lying quietly in other streets. He desperately tried to control his trembling chest and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Little Rascal sobbed softly. Why? Little Rascal's hair trembled, and she shook her head pitifully. Her tears slowly fell. What are these? Don't look. Thales took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He resisted the urge to cry, covered Little Rascal's eyes, and continued to walk forward with her in his arms. Don't look. At that moment, a great sorrow rose in Thales' heart. He gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. It's okay. Soon, it will be over. It will be over. In the distance, the air mystic slowly recovered under the healing of the blue light. He looked at Giza, expressionless. Surprised, right? Giza looked at him with a smile. But this is life, isn't it? Do you know, even in a vacuum without air, there are incomparably great lives that can stubbornly survive? Asda looked at her, and his face shone with blue light. That boy is really lucky. Are you ready for the second round? The blood mystic shook her head coquettishly. The blood veins on her face began to turn an even more terrifying dark purple. It's coming. If you evolve again, you'll have to knock on the door. The air mystic was emotionless, as if he was extremely rational. He looked at Giza calmly, as if she was not chasing after the mystic candidate he was supposed to protect. Are you sure? Ah, puppy Asda. The blood mystic licked the corner of her mouth, charming and mischievous. I'm sure. You have to keep a close eye on him. In the distance, on a small roof in Armor District, a young man in white watched the terrifying scene in Shield District with a solemn expression. He stared at the terrifying monster that was dozens of meters tall. He was not the only one who came out to watch the show. On both sides of the streets of the Armor District, residents of all sizes came out of their houses, pointing at the monster in horror. But this young man seemed a little special. He was strangely talking to the air. Yes, the young man in white said worriedly, it has already begun. But there is a very big accident. The young man took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and said to the air, that homicidal maniac seems to be more violent than expected. Does Black Sword really have the ability to force that monster into such a state? The young man paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, at this rate, I suspect that the entire Dragon Cloud City will be torn down by it. In the distance, the monster abruptly shrank. All right, I'll continue to observe. Oh, it seems that the commotion has quieted down. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but I suggest that we should be more cautious and consider a few more possibilities. Perhaps there are some unexpected factors tonight. A few minutes later, boom. A violent explosion suddenly came from Shield District. The young man widened his eyes. He stared at Shield District in the distance. It was filled with single-story houses of all sizes, but one layer of Shield District seemed to have been flattened. My God, you won't believe this. The young man said hurriedly, this is too ridiculous. That monster looks like it wants to destroy the world. Something unexpected must have happened. Whether it's Ramon or Black Sword, I don't believe that they can make that monster go this far. Are you sure this is okay? The young man froze for a moment. His expression was unpleasant. Yes. The young man exhaled. Then let's do this. The young man put down his right hand and did not speak anymore. Only his expression was even more solemn than before. Your Majesty, did you see it? Nicholas hurriedly rushed to the high platform and reported to King Nuven. The old king stared at Dragon Cloud City beneath the high platform. He stared at the farthest, lowest, largest, and most populous district. Ah! King Nuven gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. I saw it. Just now, a giant blood-red monster suddenly appeared there. It was followed by countless tremors and screams that could even be heard clearly in Heroic Spirit Palace. Then, the monster fell silent again. However, a few minutes later, another loud bang rang in the air. The entire Shield District shrank by a level that could be seen with the naked eye. This is really unexpected. King Nuven's words were laced with deep hostility. Aside from Raikuru, I am probably the first Northland king who was lucky enough to see it in more than 600 years. King Nuven clenched his fists. Anger and hatred surged in his eyes. The monster that can only be seen in pictures since I was young, the Hydra, Kilika. Raikuru's mortal enemy. King Nuven slammed his palm on the platform. The veins on his hand bulged. Nicholas gritted his teeth. He glanced at his blade and slowly tightened his grip on the hilt. What happened to Shield District? King Nuven controlled his tone and tried his best to ask calmly, how many residents were evacuated? What about the patrol team's report? Behind him, the Red Witch, Kalshan, walked forward with a solemn expression. She looked at the smoke-filled district in the distance and sighed slowly. When she raised her head again, the Red Witch's eyes regained their clarity and calmness. Your Majesty, the Red Witch said flatly, forgive me for being blunt. I'm afraid it has Kalshan bowed slightly respectfully. Chapter 172. Under the night sky, the blood-red stripes on Giza's face had turned purple. In the center of the ruined city, she stood on the black, slender, multi-headed snake covered in ferocious spikes. From afar, it looked like a giant long-legged spider. She smiled enchantingly. "You won't have the chance to endanger our hope anymore." The air mystic still had that calm expression on his face. He stared at Giza as if he did not care. "I will get rid of you directly." Ha! The blood mystic chuckled softly. A dimple appeared on her face. "Get rid of me? What are you going to do?" The air mystic's eyes flashed. The blue light on his face shone brightly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a powerful gust of air exploded around Giza out of nowhere. It blew the pet beneath her until it lost its footing. The air current continued to grow stronger, attempting to blow the blood mystic upwards. The black monster beneath her was blown off the ground and floated in the air. All that was left was a spike embedded in the ground. Giza's expression changed drastically. The air mystic spoke slowly. "Above the sky, there is a layer of unknown land. It is a place where even air cannot reach. It is cold, silent, sometimes bright, sometimes dark. It is almost impossible for life to survive there. Even gravity has lost its meaning. You will not fall, nor will you rise. You will only meaninglessly revolve around the sun, the moon, and the stars." The air mystic's voice was emotionless. "Go there and sleep for a few thousand years. When we have completely won this battle for the survival of the mystics, which is measured in millennia, after the mystic evolved," his rational and dull voice trembled a little at this moment, "you will be in the new prosperous and magnificent world that we have built. There are no enemies, no fear, no escape, and you will be able to live in it, awaken." On the deathly silent street, 2 light footsteps could be heard. Thales pulled Little Rascal along and ran through a street at a speed that was close to walking. Both of them were panting from exhaustion. They had to stop and press their knees to rest for a while. Can we escape?" Little Rascal's voice trembled. She turned her head away, unwilling to look at the people who had fallen dead on both sides of the road. "We will find out. Once you're done resting, continue walking. Don't stop." Thales gritted his teeth and persevered. Little Rascal bit her lower lip and shook her head. Year 346 of the calendar of eradication, during the Third Peninsular War, the Eastern Peninsula Allied Army attacked Dragon Cloud City. From Shield District, Hammer District, Armor District, to Sword District, Bow District, Arrow District, Spear District. Thales lifted his head and glanced at Little Rascal. The little girl shivered and murmured, apart from Axe District and Heroic Spirit Palace, the entire city had fallen under the Nightwing King's army. That was until Chara raised his black flag in Northland, but even then, there were no casualties in Dragon Cloud City, and now... Little Rascal's eyes were red. She grabbed Thales' arm tightly, not daring to look at the corpses strewn all over the road. Dragon Cloud City. Is Dragon Cloud City going to be destroyed? I don't know. Thales sighed with a heavy heart. But we're still alive. That's enough. Thales straightened his body and dragged Little Rascal along without any explanation. Also, he stared at the ground beneath his feet, carefully avoiding the corpses that appeared every 2 steps. And Dragon Cloud City must have a way to fight against the mystics. Otherwise, Thales lifted his head and looked at the dead silent scene on the road. He gritted his teeth lightly. This is the power of the mystics in there. But Thales lowered his head and looked at a child who was about his age beside his right foot. Before he died, he was still holding onto a wooden stick. He felt a wave of desolation in his heart. Probably no one will survive. At this moment, a tired male voice rang from the ruins to their left. If I were you, boy, Thales shuddered when he heard Little Rascal's scream. Thales subconsciously took a step back and shielded Little Rascal behind him. He touched JC's dagger with his right hand. Then, he stared at the source of the voice. How? Thales frowned in disbelief as he watched a corpse to his left begin to move. A moving corpse. Thales, who had a previous record, immediately felt his scalp tingle. Little Rascal closed her eyes in fear. The corpse turned over and revealed a hand. Thales widened his eyes and stared in shock at the hand that stretched out from the ground. He watched as it pulled away a pile of rubble and wood and dug a hole in the snow. A head popped out from inside. Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way. Fortunately, it's not what I imagined. If I were you, I wouldn't go over. Under the moonlight, a man with a dirty face, blood all over his body, and clothes full of holes crawled out of the hole. He panted and lay on his back. Asda's trick wasn't cleaned up very well. There are still things moving in front. With the help of the moonlight, Thales saw the man's face clearly. He could not help but shudder. He then stared at him. My God! He's Black Sword. Thales blurted out in disbelief. You're not dead. Little Rascal opened her eyes and looked curiously at the dying man in the ruins. I played a trick, so I'm not dead yet. Black Sword, who had the face of a passerby, lay on his back on the ground. He flashed a weak and ugly smile and patted his left upper arm. It was wrapped tightly with a thick layer of white cloth, but there was a shocking bloodstain on the surface of the white cloth. My life is very tough. If one were to describe Black Sword's state as pathetic when he was hiding from Asda, then his current state could only be described as miserable. Just the large and small wounds on his body made Thales furrow his eyebrows tightly. Black Sword raised his head with difficulty and looked at the corpses on the street. He fell back on the ground and let out a long sigh. There's a tentacle, made of that thing, and it's still alive. Black Sword gritted his teeth. He broke out in cold sweat and trembled non-stop. At that moment, he seemed to be suffering from some kind of pain. Thales even felt that something was happening in the depths of his body. And it's going crazy. You better not go over there. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the straight street. As expected, he found a frantically shaking blood-red tentacle in the distance. One of Geese's disgusting little pets. He began to worry. Is there another way? If not. Just as he pulled Little Rascal up and was about to see if there was another way, Black Sword's voice rang behind him again. Wait, kid. Thales hesitated for a moment. The second prince turned and looked at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. You. Black Sword exhaled abruptly, as if he had just been freed from a wave of pain. He twitched the corner of his mouth and his gaze was sharp. Who are you? Thales looked at him and furrowed his brows. Little Rascal glanced at the prince and bit her lip. That trick of Asda's, the extraction of air, was really terrible. I'm afraid everyone in this street is dead. Black Sword gradually calmed his breathing. Lying on the ground, he fixed his gaze on Thales. I buried myself underground and desperately sucked in a small amount of air between the rocks and the soil. In the end, I survived and survived. You're really lucky. Thales shrugged and turned to leave. I'm used to racing against death. Black Sword's deep voice rang behind him. But you, kid, you shouldn't still be alive. Thales tightened his grip. Asda released a killing move that didn't differentiate between friend and foe, but he didn't forget to protect you, did he? Black Sword exhaled a mouthful of steaming white air. Are you really that important to him? Who are you? Thales was stunned. His heart began to race. Fortunately, Black Sword is heavily injured. I hope he doesn't have any spare energy to deal with me. But, Thales raised his head. Those two fellows should be fighting right now, Thales said coldly. You'd better run away quickly. Otherwise, when they decide the winner, no matter who wins, you won't have a good ending. Black Sword stared at him without saying a word. His eyes shone brightly on his filthy face. That gaze sent a chill down Thales' spine. It was as if Black Sword already knew what Thales was trying to avoid talking about. Little Rascal tugged at him timidly. You'd better be polite, kid. Black Sword's gaze shone with an unsettling glint. He said in a deep voice, because right now, I'm your only hope of survival. Hearing this, Thales was stunned. You should be hoping that I recover as soon as possible, get rid of that tentacle, and escape with all of you before the other things catch up. Thales was stunned. What? Finally, Black Sword's burning gaze became less piercing. If the two of them fight, you hope that the winner will be Asda, right? You think, at least you're still useful to him. You think he won't kill you? Thales raised his eyebrows, turned around, and prepared to leave. It's a pity. Just as Thales took a step forward, Black Sword shifted his position. This movement made him grimace. The winner will only be that disgusting little girl. Thales finally furrowed his brows. He turned to Black Sword again. Why? I fought with that little girl once. Black Sword sighed and smiled bitterly. I survived. That little girl has a special sense and control over living beings with flesh and blood. Maybe she has a killing move like Asda's just now. Under Thales' confused gaze, Black Sword shook his head and exercised his injured left arm. But that's not the scariest thing about her. She seems crazy, brutal, and unreasonable. Black Sword turned his head, his gaze extremely solemn. Deep down, she's someone who really knows how to fight and how to win. Compared to her, Asda is like a Hercules who has never fought before. All he has is terrifying brute force. In reality, he's weak. Thales and Little Rascal looked at each other. They saw question marks in each other's eyes. How do you know? Thales shook his head. You've never seen them fight. Besides, they can't kill each other. Killing is one thing, and winning is another. Black Sword snorted. Asda and I are old acquaintances. Although I can't kill him, I'm used to escaping from him time and time again. But that little girl, Black Sword's injury seemed to be improving. He began to exercise his right arm. When Ramon was killed and I rushed towards her, I had already made up my mind to escape and find a place to recuperate. Thales sighed. And here I thought you were really going to step forward and protect us. You don't need my protection. Black Sword snorted. Asda will protect you when the time comes. Thales shrugged and averted his gaze. Anyway, I plan to pretend to be injured by her and use a piece of flesh to confuse her. Black Sword took a deep breath. Unfortunately, the first time we exchanged blows, I realized I didn't have to pretend to be injured at all. This is only the second time we've fought. Cold sweat broke out on Black Sword's forehead again. At that moment, Thales felt a strange power surging out of his body. She has completely absorbed the experience from our first fight and completely suppressed me. Black Sword clenched his teeth. His eyes were fierce. It's different from facing Asda. The second time I faced her, I didn't stand a chance at all. That kind of battle awareness and experience, it's the seemingly powerful air mystic who is actually safe and harmless. It's impossible to imagine. Thales furrowed his brows again. Safe and harmless. He thought of the people who were squeezed into balls and complained in his heart. "You're using domestic quality inspection standards, aren't you?" At that moment, boom. Thales turned his head in shock. On that perfectly straight street, a blood-red shadow suddenly sprinted towards them. Little Rascal's grip on his hand tightened. "Ah! It's those things. Damn it!" Black Sword stared at the wriggling tentacle that was coming towards him. He tested his legs while trembling and could not help but frown. How can it still run without its roots? In the blink of an eye, the blood-red tentacle was before his eyes. Thales stared at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. He felt Little Rascal on his arm and could not help but feel his soul leave his body. In the duel between the two mystics, Giza laughed maniacally. "A new world. Ha 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 ha. I suddenly realized that you and Lubla should get along well. Why don't you consider joining us extremists?" The air mystic did not answer. The next moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The blood mystic did not delay any longer. She crouched down and touched the huge, spider-like, pitch-black monster beneath her. The latter shuddered violently, and more black spikes extended from its main body, which was covered in spikes. They pierced into the ground with the swaying wind. A faint tremor came from the ground. Asda, who was calmly watching his opponent's attack, could not help but have a change in expression. A dazzling blue light flashed across his face again. The blood mystic and her pet swayed continuously in the wind, but the former still smiled and met the air mystic's gaze. A black spike protruded from the ground. Crack, then, a shrunken version of the pitch-black monster, covered in spikes, broke out of the ground amidst flying soil and stones. Its speed was astonishing. 3 steps behind Asda, he launched a surprise attack at him. Bang! It crashed into a transparent barrier. The air mystic's expression did not change. He deployed the air wall in time and blocked the incoming monster from the back of its master's head. However, more and more rustling sounds and cracking sounds came from the air mystic's body. Crack. Dozens of spider-like black spiky monsters swiftly and agilely broke out of the ground. They surrounded Asda and attacked him from all angles. The air mystic clenched his fist lightly. Visible water vapor immediately rose from a 10-meter radius around him. The dozens of monsters shuddered at the same time. But the shuddering only lasted for a moment. These monsters regained their mobility and rushed forward. The air mystic raised his eyebrows. "It's useless even if you strip them of all the air." The blood mystic looked at Asda in amusement from above. "They are little cuties who can survive tenaciously in a vacuum." Finally, the air mystic frowned slightly. But a second later, he let go of his clenched fist. Bang! Amidst the shattering sounds of countless house ruins, air pressure surged and pounced on the 10-meter radius of the vacuum, forcefully crushing the dozens of monsters. In the next moment, on the air mystic's face, which seemed extremely calm, layers of ripples surged in the cracked blue light. With Asda as the center, an invisible air current exploded outwards with an astonishing momentum. Snow and dust flew, and soil and stones shot in all directions. A circle formed by dust began to expand from the small center. Boom! The violent air current turned into the most unstoppable whirlwind. It lifted and cleared everything around it. The air mystic observed everything calmly from within the whirlwind. However, before the air mass with astonishing momentum could completely erupt, the air mystic suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction in the dust. Over there, a pitch-black little monster seemed to ignore the tyrannical and enormous air resistance, pouncing towards him without slowing down at all. In Asda's eyes, the only thing he saw was the monster swaying unsteadily in the storm. It forcibly lifted a sharp spike and kept the other spikes behind its back. Like an octopus at the bottom of the sea, it sprinted forward with a strange posture. A hint of solemnity finally appeared on the air mystic's seemingly emotionless face. This posture and movement, it's how Black Sword dealt with it on the cliff just now. More and more pitch-black monsters used strange postures and movements to pass through his terrifying air currents and shot towards the mystic from all directions. At that moment, Asda hooked his left index finger and shot into the air like a bolt of lightning. But it was too late. A monster pounced in the air and shot out an extremely long spike from its abdomen. It pierced through Asda's left shoulder blade. It pulled him downwards. The mystic reacted quickly. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible air mass condensed into a sharp blade under high pressure. It exploded in a flat plane and cut off the spike. However, more and more monsters either shot out spikes or stepped on the bodies of their own kind and used the momentum to pounce on him. A monster pounced on his back. Her other hand wrapped around his ankle. Another released a spike and pierced through his left eye. Another landed on his head. Countless more of their kind charged forward one after another. They had a clear division of labor. At that moment in the air, dozens of black monsters pounced on the air mystic from head to toe, completely covering the blue light on his body. The next moment, their spiked limbs trembled back and forth like a loosened bowstring. Asterisk shing. Asterisk asterisk pft. Asterisk the sound of flesh being scraped could be heard continuously. The next moment, under the countless monsters cutting, pulling, piercing, and biting, Asda, who was in the air, turned into countless pieces. Fingers, elbows, arms, chests, heads, thighs, ankles. The mystic's broken body fell from the air and scattered all over the ground. The violent airflow finally stopped. The blood mystic and her black monsters landed on the ground. I've said it before. Life is great. The blood mystic raised her index finger in a seductive manner and wiped a purplish streak that disobeyed and was running around behind her ear. She looked like she was lecturing a naughty kitten. Then, she said with a terrifying smile, "For these little cuties, the mission they were born for is to rely on their slender but dense bodies and their sensitivity to the air. In your unreasonable air pressure and cyclones, to hunt." The blood mystic chuckled. Asda's broken body turned into specks of blue light and slowly gathered to form a glowing humanoid silhouette. Those movements, were all used by Black Sword when he fought against me. A voice came from the glowing blue silhouette. You saw my battle with him and used the life you created to imitate him. Oh, that's all. Giza's body slowly descended. That fellow is very powerful. He actually tricked me with a useless piece of flesh just now, such a powerful fellow, of course he's my role model. After all, I was once a witch. The blood mystic walked down from the back of the gigantic black monster and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Learning and research were my past vocations. The young girl with the purplish-red cracks on her face gently bent down and picked up a black spider-like monster that was heavily injured by the cyclones just now. Her gaze was so gentle that it was as if she was stroking a kitten next door. But in the next moment, the blood mystic's gaze sharpened. The little monster in her hand leaped out and pounced on the air mystic's unformed blue light. As if they had received an order, countless black little monsters pounced on the blue light. Some of them exploded into broken limbs and blood, causing the blue light that was taking shape to fluctuate. Mystic energy interference. The glowing silhouette's tone was doubtful. You know that this won't work. At most, it can only delay my rebirth. But Giza's reply made it silent. That's enough. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a gigantic blood-red tentacle suddenly burst out of the ground under the blue light. Countless smaller tentacles spread out and bound the other monsters in the blue light tightly. Giza, you. The glowing silhouette spoke amidst the fluctuations. It seemed a little surprised. The blood mystic laughed heartily. Tell me, how much air is there under the ground that is a few hundred feet, a few hundred meters, or even a few thousand meters? How much time do you need to use that pitiful amount of air to return to the surface? It should be enough for me to kill that boy. The glowing silhouette did not speak again, but the speed at which it took shape was clearly increasing. It seemed to have become very anxious. Unfortunately, every black monster that exploded after entering the blue light could shake off a part of the blue light, greatly reducing its recovery speed. Of course, you can evolve to increase your control and range of effect. The blood mystic sighed. But I think that if you want to come back immediately from underground like that, the power you need. You must knock on the door to realize it, right? The glowing silhouette suddenly flashed. Come on, are you willing to knock on the door to protect that boy? The blood mystic said with a charming smile. Or are you willing to watch that boy die for your own safety? The glowing silhouette flashed more and more rapidly. See, this is the sorrow of never being on the battlefield. The blood mystic snorted softly and stroked her hair, which had turned blood red due to the evolution. You bunch of people who have never fought in a civil war, newbies. A few seconds later, the glowing silhouette finally spoke. I don't understand. That's not your style. Your so-called reasons are also not valid. Why would you rather pay such a huge price and risk being sealed by the legendary anti-mystic equipment and being discovered by Helen? Asda's voice, which had yet to take shape, sounded illusory. You still want to kill that boy. Just because you don't want him to suffer. At that moment, the two mystics were silent for a moment. Finally, the blood mystic replied flatly, You won't understand, except for me. None of us will understand. In the next moment, the huge blood-red tentacle dragged the black monster in the blue silhouette along with the blue light, which had yet to take shape, into the bottomless ground. Countless stones and soil tumbled down again, filling up the hole where the tentacle broke out of the ground. The tremors lasted for a long time. Until it became smaller and smaller. Until it disappeared. Only Giza was left. She silently stared at the ground where Asda disappeared. Her gaze was filled with thought-provoking and complicated emotions. The huge black monster behind her crawled forward. It extended its head or thorny limbs to her hand and intimately nudged the blood mystic. Yes. The purplish-red spots on Giza's face gradually faded. Her emotions also returned to normal. She gently stroked the monster beside her and said softly, At least I still have you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.